Endless Note. Written by Mary Kelly Reid. Narrated by Michelle, Mike, and several other performers from Google. This is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents either are the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental. All rights reserved. Copyright 2018 to 7 Seasons, Mary Kelly Reid. Second edition 2022. No part of this book may be reproduced or transmitted in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, including photocopying, recording, or by any information storage and retrieval system, without the written permission of the publisher, except when permitted by law. For my father and all those who strive for a better world. Chapter 1. Kensington, welcome to the heart of our region. The traffic sign facing me always makes me smile. Even though I'm only 3 hours from home, it feels like light years away from my daily life. Going back to my hometown isn't easy, perhaps because I could never find my place there. I remember that even when I was 10, I dreamed of the day I'd leave. The closer I get to the roundabout leading downtown, the more I feel like turning around and taking the road in the opposite direction. My pact with Amy and Allison, my two best friends, dissuades me though. I'm here to accomplish a mission, and I must keep my word. I have no attachments in this town anymore. After my father's death, my mother bought a residence on a sunny island, and she spends her time taking cruises with other retirees or playing bridge and other fashionable card games. So much the better, because my mother and I have a stronger relationship when there is a certain distance between us. She'd never approve of my reason for being here today. I booked a room at the Swan, a lovely establishment right in the city center. I walk into the warmly lit lobby and immediately feel at home. Although it has all the amenities of a modern establishment, even a pool, having only 10 rooms makes you feel more a guest than a client. I've never been here. The hotel is quite new, but I understand all the positive comments. It has a warm, welcoming vibe. After taking my suitcase upstairs and calling the girls to tell them I've arrived, I prepare to confront my lifelong nemesis, Solange. Even her name grates on my nerves. Her mother thought it would be chic to give her daughter a French-sounding name. Who is Solange, and why is she worth returning to Kensington years after leaving town? Truth be told, she shouldn't matter, and yet she still haunts me. So much so that when my friend Amy came up with the idea of my day, consisting of facing a person who's harmed us in the past, I immediately thought about her. She annoyed me throughout our youth, which I could have forgiven, but stealing Simon from me just before the end of year high school ball cemented my bad feelings toward her. I didn't react back then. She wasn't worth it, and neither was he. The problem is that even though many years have passed, I still feel some tingling bitterness in my stomach when I think back on that summer and how I pretended that seeing them together didn't kill me, only to go home and lock myself in my room to cry. I should have done something. I owed it to myself. If I hesitated to come back here, it wasn't because I'm afraid of confronting Solange, on the contrary. It's simply that it's much easier to let old memories lie. I prefer to move on without looking back, but Amy wouldn't let me forget I'd promised to act. So here I am, making faces in front of the mirror of my hotel room. I check my asymmetrical white top and light blue pants one last time, and I smile, satisfied with my appearance. I'm ready for a tete-a-tete I foresee becoming explosive. I've always been combative, which makes the way I reacted that summer even more difficult to understand. Fortunately, having to fight in my professional life, I run a law firm specializing in real estate, gave me more confidence. After giving my long dark hair one last comb through with my fingers, I decide I'm ready. Solange owns a beauty salon in the most commercial artery of the city. However, I don't intend to visit her at work. I'm going to see her at home. That way, our discussion will be less likely to echo throughout the city in a matter of minutes. I take the stairs, a little exercise can't hurt, and 10 minutes later, I'm walking down the path leading to the main entrance of her house, which is, unsurprisingly, in an exclusive neighborhood. The house is quite impressive with its bay windows and luxurious garden. There's even a pond and several orange trees. A family of 10 would live here and never have to meet with each other. Her parents were quite wealthy and offered her the house after she graduated from high school. They never said no to her. She always had whatever she wanted, and trust me, you could tell. Staring at the wooden door, I take a fortifying breath before ringing the bell. The man who opens the door isn't familiar. He seems straight out of a male fashion catalog. His bright blue eyes and tousled chocolate hair make for a striking combination. He could use a shave, but he probably knows the slight shadow on his face isn't hurting his looks one bit. His jeans and t-shirt do nothing to hide his athletic body. My gaze lingers for a moment too long, and his smug smile tells me he noticed. I pull myself together. Hello, I'm looking for Solange Carlton.
And you are?
Her guardian angel. I have no idea why I responded so foolishly. His self-satisfied air brought out the petulant teenager in me.
I didn't know a guardian angel could have such a nice smile. Maybe I should start looking for mine.
You've got to be kidding. He's flirting with me. He's most likely Solange's boyfriend, and he's flirting with me. Karma exists, I think, with satisfaction. Maybe I can pay Solange back in a different way than I'd planned, make her feel the way she made me feel those years ago. The pieces seem to be falling into place, and who am I to ignore fate? I'm about to respond to his flirtation, but my mouth hasn't caught up with my brain because I hear myself say, "Oh, you're one of those men who think it's permissible to flirt with other women when their better half is absent?"
I see.
His voice trails off.
Sorry to burst your bubble, but if I wanted to flirt with you, I wouldn't use a cheesy line like that. It was a joke to show you how childish your answer to a logical question was.
I tap my foot. Well, now that we know what we think of each other, can I talk to Solange?
Solange isn't here.
I school my face into a polite expression. Can I wait for her?
If you wish.
He opens the door wide and leads me into a living room with bay windows that overlook a lush garden, similar to those seen in interior design magazines.
Please take a seat.
He shows me the chocolate-colored sofa that dominates the right-hand side of the living room.
Would you like something to drink?
What do you know? He can be a gracious host after all. I address him my sweetest smile. No, thank you. He sees through me, though, if I am to believe the gleam of amusement in his eyes.
Do you mind if I leave you alone?
Not at all. I don't even glance his way as he exits the room. I won't forget his sarcastic comments of a few minutes ago just because he offered me something to drink. I take out my tablet and find I have an internet connection, so I send a message to the girls. At Solange's house, waiting for her. Her boyfriend is here. What an oaf. I don't have to wait long for an answer. Hold on. She gets what she deserves, right? Amy writes. Allison tries to temper things. Say nothing to him. Maybe he doesn't know she's a brat. I wonder in what world Solange deserves such a handsome man. Even if he's an oaf, he's very attractive. As for saying nothing to him, I haven't decided what I should do. After promising the girls I'll call them later, I start reading. When I look at my watch again, more than half an hour has gone by and Solange is still not here. My host has disappeared, although I can hear him moving around the house. I wonder why Solange hasn't returned. Her beauty institute must have been closed for quite a while now. My stomach reminds me I haven't eaten since noon. I counted on having dinner after seeing Solange to celebrate my victory over the old Zoe. I get up and go look for the man who didn't even have the courtesy to introduce himself. Yes, I know, I didn't either, to ask when he expects Solange to be at home. The kitchen is large and bright, with a window overlooking the garden as well, and it invites you to sit around the wooden table to enjoy a hearty breakfast. A few feet away down the corridor, a door is ajar. I knock in case he's inside, and when I don't get an answer, I push the door open even wider to make sure he hasn't had a heart attack. All right, it was out of sheer curiosity, but it's always good to have a ready-made excuse. The decor in the office suggests it belongs to a man. I wonder what he does for a living. I hardly have time to venture farther when his voice makes me jump.
Whatever you do, please don't mind me. Make yourself at home.
I feel the heat rising in my cheeks. I'm conscious I've behaved badly, but I was looking for him. If you hadn't left me alone for almost an hour, I wouldn't be looking for you.
I see.
He barely hides his smile, and my stupid heart flutters. I stand tall, refusing to be intimidated. You see what exactly?
You're one of those girls who never take responsibility for their actions and always have an excuse for everything.
Pardon me? My eyes widen at his comment. No, I'm not one of those girls. I'm a woman and I always take responsibility for my actions. I'm about to add that this description fits Solange like a glove, but I abstain. I'd better avoid arguing with a man I don't know, and I realize it may not have been smart to enter a stranger's house.
So now it's the word girl that's an issue for you. Would you care to explain that to me?
I'm fuming at his mocking tone, and it takes everything in me to refrain from responding to his provocation. What's worse is I have the feeling he's doing it for fun. I won't give him the satisfaction. I'd like to talk to Solange. Do you know when she'll be back? He leans into the door's frame and crosses his arms.
Isn't that a question you should have asked when you rang at my door?
I approach the painting of Kensington on the wall to see it up close. It's an old watercolor and it's quite interesting. My dad used to have old pictures of Kensington, and I recognize the city as it was 70 years ago. I turn back to Solange's man. I assumed she'd be here any minute.
Then you assumed wrong.
Excuse me? Do you take a malicious delight in not giving me a direct answer?
It seems to be the case, doesn't it?
I take a deep breath and slowly blink my eyes, a sort of internal force quit. A hard reset. Please. Do you know what time Solange will be back?
Now we're getting somewhere.
He walks out of the office, and I follow him into the living room.
As far as I know, she went to live abroad with her husband, so I don't know if she'll ever come back.
That's not possible. I let myself fall on the sofa, breathless with incredulity, that although Solange doesn't live in Kensington anymore, he'd let me wait around for her. I look at him, my eyes narrowed. You're joking, right? No one would behave so pettily. Solange doesn't live in town anymore, and you tell me I can wait for her as if she were coming back any minute? He sits on the chair opposite me and makes a show of thinking.
Well, when you put it that way, yes. My behavior seems strange. But if we take things the way they actually happened, there may be another interpretation. You asked me if you could wait for Solange, and I was rather intrigued by your presence. So, having no objection, I agreed. Who knows? Solange may come back one day to show her husband where she grew up, and her return may take place tonight.
I stand and scowl at him. Okay, it's official. You're insane. I begin to entertain the idea, seriously. Who else would behave in such a crazy manner? I can bid goodbye to my confrontation with Solange, but at least I can avoid adding a new regret to my list. I pace up and down trying to decide what to do, walk out immediately or talk to him. He doesn't speak, but his infuriating smile never vanishes. You know what? I was planning to leave without saying anything, but I came to see Solange to make her face up to her unspeakable behavior toward people, something I should have done years ago. I didn't though, and I've always regretted my lack of courage. However, I have no excuse for making the same error again. I'm no longer a teenager, so I can't leave this place without telling you that you are an extremely rude person who deserves only contempt. You let me believe Solange would return shortly, you left me sitting around for hours, a lack of civility in both cases, and believe me, I'm an expert on the subject. Maybe my way of speaking doesn't reflect the person I am, but that's because I'm angry. I'm a lawyer and can express myself clearly. Suddenly his hand grazes my cheek, and taken aback, I fall silent. When did he get so close to me? Why does he smell so divinely? Why did I stop talking? He speaks in a soft voice that makes my knees go weak.
Is there a name amongst this stream of words? I'd like to know whom I want to kiss.
Zoe, I murmur as if hypnotized. He gives me time to step back to decide if I want him to get closer, but I even forget to inhale and his warm breath invites me to silence all my rational thoughts. My hands have a mind of their own and reach to touch his face. I hardly get my name out before his lips meet mine and time stops. His hands tenderly frame my face before moving to my hair, holding me close to him and teasing me with his tongue. His kiss awakens in me a whirlwind of sensations I haven't felt with someone since, well, never. I want this kiss to last, I want his arms around me, I want his hands to continue stroking my back. I'd like to say my initiative ends our kiss, but what's the point of lying? He's the one who moves away first. His voice is soft and my body tingles when he says,
Please go on. What you were saying was interesting, but I've wanted to kiss you since the moment you stepped up to my door, and since I didn't know how long you'd keep talking.
He shrugs. I remain speechless, which never happens. My mind is grasping at words and coming up empty. By the same token, uttering phrases without head or tail because someone made my head turn never happens either. Nobody makes my head turn. My heart go wild.
Are you speechless now?
His smile is teasing. I snap out of my daze and glare at him. Who are you? What are you doing in Solange's house?
Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. You're right, my manners leave a lot to be desired. My name is Ian Redford. I bought this house a month ago, and I'm renovating it so I can resell it.
That explains why I didn't know Solange had moved. I went to Santorini with Amy and Allison. That's where we made the pact to use my day to change something in our past. After that, I tried to find out if Solange was still in Kensington, and she was. I didn't think it was necessary to check again so soon, but I should have. It would have saved me from finding myself in this bewildering situation. What are you? A vulture who buys other people's homes for a morsel of bread, and then resells them to make a huge profit? I feel guilty for a nanosecond, but I've met with a lot of entrepreneurs of his kind over the years to know they are seldom up to any good. He doesn't bat an eye at my accusation. He chuckles, even.
It appears I have some work to do to change your first impression of me. What would you say if I invited you to dinner?
I stare at him in amazement. Why would I accept? Is he really inviting me to dinner after such a disastrous first encounter? Does he really think I will forget his behavior? What's wrong with him, and what's wrong with me to even think of accepting?
Because I'm guessing you haven't eaten. I'd like to have a shot at redeeming myself.
His invitation should not interest me. I came here to see Solange. I should go back to the hotel and leave tomorrow as planned, but his look troubles me. Also that kiss. Just thinking about it makes my spine tingle. I know I'm asking for more trouble, but I accept his invitation. Fine. If you insist. He doesn't comment on my ridiculous attempt to downplay my desire to be with him.
Do you have a preference?
He asks.
Since I arrived at Kensington, I haven't had the opportunity to go out. The renovations take up all my time.
I don't live in town, but I grew up here. Piccola Italia makes the best pizzas in the world.
Then Piccola Italia it is. Do you mind if we take my car?
I hesitate. I don't like to feel dependent on anyone, and besides, I just met the guy. But it's a small town. I can get back to my car on foot if needed. The ride isn't long, we barely have time to exchange 2 words. Piccola Italia is everyone's favorite pizza place in town, and I've loved coming here. The owners were friends of my parents, so they're always thrilled to see me, and this time is no different.
Zoe, what a pleasure to see you, darling. We hoped you'd return one day to visit us. Your mother says you have become a brilliant lawyer. I'm not surprised at all. I remember how much you liked to fight for what you thought was right.
Rosa, the owner, hugs me tight and calls Roberto her husband, who envelops me in a bear-like hug. Being around them feels familiar, warm. We chat for a little while, before Rosa places us in a corner where the incessant noise of conversations is less invasive. She takes our order, all the while grinning like a fool. No need to be clairvoyant to guess she thinks Ian is my boyfriend, though I didn't introduce him as such. I know her Italian origins make her see love everywhere.
So why do you want to see Solange?
Ian asks as soon as Rosa returns to the kitchen.
I was surprised you didn't know she'd moved. If you were friends, you should have known, but I understand now that's not the case. However, that puzzles me even more. You'd started to give me some exciting information before I interrupted you.
I look at his face. From his expression of feigned innocence, I know he's trying to make me comment on our kiss. What can I say, though, without putting myself in an uncomfortable position? Rebuke him for kissing me while I can't stop thinking about how my body reacted to his touch? I turn the tables on him. Why don't you tell me a little more about you? Is renovating houses your livelihood? Apparently, it is. He explains that he studied architecture but never liked working in an office, so he found a way to satisfy his passion for architecture and his need to do manual work. He insists he never takes advantage of someone's situation. He buys at a fair price and resells at a reasonable price. I may be cynical, but I've seen many clients getting exploited by unscrupulous people, so I'm on my guard. When he's done talking, he redirects the conversation to me and inquires again about my reasons for coming to Kensington. I explain my past with Solange in a few words, and his reaction is unnerving, to say the least.
So instead of blaming your boyfriend who was unfaithful, you're mad at Solange? Interesting.
Hang on a minute. I sit more upright, my lips pursed. Are you criticizing me? How dare you? You think I'm wrong to be mad at her? That it's normal she slept with my boyfriend?
How would I know? Maybe she was in love with him and saw an opportunity to win his heart. You can't blame a girl for trying to seduce a boy she liked.
My eyes fly open with disbelief. But that wasn't the case.
How do you know? Did you ask her? From what I understood, you weren't friends with her, so how can you be sure of how she felt?
Excuse me? Are you her lawyer? The corner of his lip curls up in a crooked smile.
No, merely an objective spectator.
Spare me your lessons. The waitress arrives with our drinks and I lean back, biding my time before resuming talking. I know Solange, she was always happy to hurt somebody's feelings. Going out with Simon was a way to prove to everyone, and especially me, that she could have everything she wanted. That Simon was my boyfriend was an additional motivation because over the years, we've had our share of altercations. He takes a sip of his wine, but it doesn't seem to make him see me in a more favorable light.
What about Simon? Isn't he the one to blame in this story? Why aren't you angry with him?
Without missing a beat, I answer, because I think women should never sink as low as men. Our pizzas arrive, and I drum my fingers on the table while he takes a bite. After a hum of approval, he comments,
That's an interesting theory, but if you ask me, your reaction comes more from the fact that women can't stand to play second fiddle to another woman. As a result, it's more tempting to accuse the woman who's taken their place, even though the boyfriend doesn't really interest them.
He leans toward me, his expression daring me to deny his words. I bare my teeth at him. You know nothing about my feelings, and I'd appreciate it if you didn't draw any hasty conclusions. I was in love with him. Crazy in love with him. He pins his gaze on me and falls silent, which makes me feel like an observed lab animal. I shift uncomfortably in my chair, fiddling with my napkin. I rub elbows with all kinds of people in my job, in my life. Why do I feel so clueless in his presence?
You didn't love him. You were a teenager in love with the idea of love. The most popular boy in school was interested in you, and you felt like the queen of the world. This guy was obviously an idiot, and even if that wasn't the case, the fact he went out with another girl shows your relationship wasn't solid.
I glare at him, tempted to throw my glass of wine at him. I take a sip instead. It would be a waste of a good wine. Has anyone ever told you that you're incredibly arrogant? If not, you can thank me later for the tip. His eyes light up with amusement.
Arrogant. I think you just don't like the truth, which frankly contradicts the image you want to project.
I put my pizza down and wipe my hands on the napkin in my lap, taking a slow, deep breath. This guy is infuriating. Exhaling, I shift my sharp gaze to his face. You don't know me, and you have no right to presume anything about me. I was in love with him, and everything was fine between us. But things changed when Solange decided she wanted him. This time his stare is cold.
And what was he? An empty-headed doll. Stop lying to yourself. You're a lawyer, you should analyze the facts without pathos.
He leans back, his eyes never leave my face.
Don't examine what happened with your naive teenage eyes. Everything wasn't fine between you. You simply don't want to admit it. I guess that's because if you do, you'll have to accept your share of responsibility in the failure of your relationship.
His words click. They pierce through my defenses, touching the part of me that always thought if Simon was unfaithful, it was because he wasn't happy with me. That I was lacking in some way. Until now, I've always refused to question my role in this story, and my friends had the tact to steer clear of the subject. The truth is, though, that I'm angry with Ian because I know he's right. Still, to hear him utter all this with such certainty makes me seethe. My hands clench. Of course, Simon's behavior was inexcusable, but the reason I've never sought to ask him for an explanation was to avoid hearing him admit he betrayed me because I wasn't good enough. It's nonetheless true that Solange made it her permanent mission to antagonize me, and she succeeded. For a few minutes, neither of us speaks. It's Ian who gently breaks the silence. His gaze softens as it falls on me. I get the impression he knows exactly what I'm feeling.
You know, if you want to have the last word, maybe you should talk to Simon. Instead of attacking Solange, you should show him what he lost when he cheated on you.
What do you mean? I ask him in spite of myself.
You've been brave enough.
He stops for a second.
Or crazy enough, depending on the point of view one adopts, to come here years later to ask your high school rival for an explanation. It would be a shame if you left without accomplishing anything. Why not ask Simon to explain himself?
Why not, indeed? Because I don't care. I have nothing to prove to him.
You see, I was right. The real problem you have with Solange is that you didn't like her. The way I see it, you should thank her.
I open my eyes wide as I see the light. You've convinced me. Maybe I'll send her flowers first thing in the morning. I hope you know her address. His laugh transforms his face. He must be over 30, but in this moment, he looks so much younger.
So?
He prods. So what?
Do you want to go see Simon?
His lips curve up in a smile.
I can pretend to be your boyfriend. It will show him that his betrayal didn't impact your life, and that you are capable of finding a handsome man to date.
I wonder which one of his outrageous statements I should address first. I don't need to pretend to have a boyfriend. His lips break into another annoying smile. What?
I doubt you have a boyfriend. If that were the case, you wouldn't be here seeking to pick a fight with Solange. You'd be making love with him, and Solange would be a vague memory.
Amy, my best friend, had a boyfriend, and yet she went to confront her ex. Altering the facts a bit, Amy didn't have a boyfriend when she went to see Ethan, isn't fair play, but I'm trying to support my argument.
And how did things go for her? Would you mind elaborating?
I do mind, I retort dryly. It's none of your business. He smiles again, making my heart race. What is happening to me? He let me sit around in his living room for hours. He practically called me an idiot. He kissed me. The list goes on, and the only thing I can think about is his kiss. I need to get a grip. However, after our exchange about Simon and my past, I feel lighter, as if I needed someone to hear my thoughts out loud in order to get rid of them. We avoid the subject for the rest of our meal, and instead, we talk about the town. I'm surprised to find out he lives in Springville most of the time. We even share some acquaintances. Being civil to him isn't easy after our encounter, but I catch myself laughing a few times, and I can't deny he's great when he forgets to judge me. Once we finish our dinner, he suggests we go downtown. I'm usually more cautious with men I don't know. Ian seems to challenge that instinct in me, and although my walls are still up, I follow him. So, what about you? Is there a girlfriend or a wife in your life? I ask while we stroll toward the lake. Shoot. I promised myself at least 10 times not to show an interest in his personal life. He takes my arm and pulls me closer to him to avoid a young couple coming our way.
Your question is insulting, don't you think?
I don't understand.
Why would I kiss you if I had a wife or a girlfriend?
His voice softens at the word kiss, and I struggle to ignore the fluttering in my stomach. I can't hold back a condescending laugh. Am I supposed to believe men don't behave this way all the time?
Oh. One has to wonder what type of men you date.
I don't date anyone, but I hear stories every day. I'm constantly dealing with men who made stupid decisions on a whim, decisions that cost them a life they thought they no longer wanted, but then want to recover soon after. So kissing another woman is for many men like shaking someone's hand. I so hope it's not the same for him, but I'm not fooling myself.
So you think you're an expert?
His voice carries a challenge that doesn't sit well with me. And you think you're a gift to women, don't you?
Some might say that.
I open my mouth to retort he's deluding himself, but I cross his gaze, and even under the light of the moon, I see a playful glimmer in his eyes. He's toying with me again, and I fall for it every time. Yes, I can imagine. His voice is full of laughter when he says,
You see, you've already fallen under my spell. Given that you're not dating anyone, can I see you tomorrow? I promise not to say a single word about Solange and your idiot ex-boyfriend.
We reach the edge of the pier and I regret having to say goodbye to him, but what choice do I have? I won't be here tomorrow. I only came to see Solange. I can't take a long time off work.
Why?
I sigh. Because I have responsibilities, and I can't take leave on a whim. He stands before me, his smile teasing me.
Do you think the world will collapse if you miss work for a day?
I have obligations, and I like to do right by my clients. I'm not a teenager skipping classes whenever she sees fit. His breath caresses my neck, and I struggle to keep my hands to myself. I feel the need to touch his face, to kiss him.
If you stay one more day and a major problem arises, I promise I'll explain to your clients the reason for your absence. I'm sure they'll understand and applaud your decision.
I'd be curious to know how you would accomplish this miracle. Please find a good reason I can get behind, I think.
You have a very good reason to skip school for a day. You can tell them you stayed because you met the man of your dreams. He kissed you, he made your head spin, and you wanted to give him a chance to know you better. If you left, he wouldn't have the opportunity to kiss you again and see if he could still make your heart beat faster.
I'm getting used to his humor. I count to 10 before responding so I can consider my reply and not utter something stupid. It's not his fault I'm so receptive to his words, his gestures, his voice. I don't know. I'm not in the habit of making spontaneous decisions. I prefer to give myself time to think things through, to weigh the pros and cons. Less margin for error that way. He leans in closer.
Then let me help you decide.
His hands delicately touch my face, his thumb stroking my lower lip before he leans in. His arms tighten around me and once again my body feels electric at his touch. Our kiss is unhurried and delicious, and I accept his offer with a voice I don't even recognize. Okay. I expect him to boast about his power over me, but I'm wrong. He leans over and lays a light kiss on my cheek.
Thank you. I'll pick you up tomorrow at 10 o'clock. I can't wait to spend time with you.
Chapter 2. Back at the hotel, I rush up the stairs to video chat with the girls. I kick my shoes off, throw my bag on the bed, and take my phone out. They don't even have the time to say hello when I cry, "You'll never guess what happened. I had the most amazing kiss."
Please tell me it wasn't with Simon.
Amy says.
I was afraid you'd cross his path and he'd try to win you back. You may have moved on, but it wouldn't surprise me if he'd still be interested. You are intelligent, gorgeous, and he's not an idiot. He knows he messed up and lost the best thing that ever happened to him.
I chuckle. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Amy, but it wasn't Simon. No, it was with Ian.
Ian?
I tell them everything, and Allison marvels.
You let a stranger kiss you without doing thorough research on him, without questioning his intentions? I can't find the words to express my surprise.
I can see Allison shaking her head. I know this mischievous tone. Yes. Well, the first time he surprised me and... Who am I kidding? I haven't stopped thinking about it since it happened. I agreed to see him again tomorrow. He invited me to spend the day with him and I said yes, although now I'm having doubts. Amy stops what she's doing in the kitchen and comes near the screen to wriggle her finger in front of virtual me.
Don't even think about it. Go and have fun. This is the only way to avoid regrets. Let me remind you, the purpose of our plan is to assert ourselves to help us make better choices than in the past, so we won't have regrets later.
She's right.
Allison agrees. Their opinions matter a lot to me. Even if we don't always agree on how to approach life, we respect each other and we're there for each other. Their support allows me to alleviate my doubts regarding the merits of my decision. We say goodbye and I try to distract myself by revising a contract I received this afternoon, but it's a losing battle. I can't think of anything other than Ian. I toss and turn all night. The anticipation of the day ahead won't let my mind rest. I feel like a teenager again when I would stay up late at night, heart racing because of a boy, and nothing else mattered. In the morning, I'm eating my breakfast on the terrace when I hear a familiar voice.
Zoe. I can't believe you're here.
My heart skips a beat, and a picture of a young girl and a young boy eating ice cream and roaring with laughter fills my mind. I look up and see Simon. He hasn't changed, he still has that timeless boy next door charm. He was supposed to have changed, maybe gained a few pounds or lost some hair. After what happened, it wasn't too much to ask that I, the abandoned one, be the one to thrive after the breakup, and he, the heartbreaker, suffer a bit after losing me. That's the way it always happened in the romance novels I devoured as a teenager. I take in his appearance and remember how much I liked his chocolate eyes and thick brown hair when we were together. "Good morning, Simon," I greet him with a voice steady as a surgeon's hand. It took some effort, but I pride myself on pulling it off. He approaches me and wraps me in a hug. There's a look of affection in his eyes that surprises me, and I'm hit with nostalgia at his familiar scent. "How did you know I was here?" I ask, stepping out of his embrace.
Everyone knows you're here. You are a celebrity in our little town.
"What are you talking about?" I motion him to sit next to me.
You know what I mean, Zoe. Our local newspaper often talks about your exploits against a bank or a crooked promoter. Besides, I didn't come only to see you. I want to ask you something. But first, I want to hear about what you've been up to.
We exchange our news, but talking about me isn't what interests me. I'd rather hear what he has to ask me, so I urge him to disclose his request.
I don't know if you're aware, but at the end of my studies, I took over my father's farm.
Yes, I know. My mother told me about it, I say as I pour him a cup of coffee.
Well, 2 years ago, I borrowed a considerable sum to modernize it and align myself with the competition. Unfortunately, I'm about to lose the farm.
What happened? He lowers his gaze and sighs.
A bad year and I'm late on payments. I'm not the only one, and so far the bank has been accommodating. I convinced them to wait, and they even agreed to spread out the payments. However, there has been a sudden change of policy, and no one is being heard anymore. In my case, the bank threatened to seize the farm, and I confess I'm exhausted. I can't see any way out of this ordeal.
I notice his tired expression now that my first impression has waned. Why this sudden change of policy?
I think it's because a real estate group wants to acquire several farms in the region, and the bank sees the opportunity to recover its funds.
I frown. To what end?
Nobody has a clue. Rumors are circulating about anything and everything. But we're also having problems with Marilyn Bale, the new director.
Marilyn Bale, our classmate? It's been a while since I heard that name, and I haven't missed it.
The very one. Since she became director 8 months ago, everything has gone awry for many of us. We don't have the money to hire a lawyer, so I thought maybe you could study the file and help me fight. Then I can help the others if we find a solution.
I bite my lip. Simon, I'm here for the day. I have to leave tomorrow. His face darkens and I feel a twinge of guilt. I quickly shake it off. I'm a real idiot. He cheated on me. Okay, you can send me the file and I'll take a look at it. So much for holding grudges.
Thank you, Zoe. You've always been a nice person.
I remember Ian's words from last night, so I turn to him, ignoring my inner voice telling me I shouldn't seek the answer to my question. You know, since you're here and I agreed to do you a favor, it's my turn to ask you something.
Whatever you want.
He gives me a smile that back then would have made me throw myself into his arms. But I'm an adult now, and I've learned my lesson. Why did you cheat on me with Solange? I hear the sadness in my voice, and I don't mind if Simon hears it as well. I expect him to play for time, but his answer is immediate and unambiguous.
Because she was interested in me, and I understood months before that you and I wouldn't be together for long.
His words surprise me and I almost spill my coffee. Why would you ever think such a thing? He scoffs, putting his arms in the air.
Let's not lie to ourselves, Zoe. You only dreamed of one thing, getting away from here and becoming a lawyer. Save the world. I didn't have a place in your life, and it was easier to leave than be rejected.
Anger bubbles to the surface. Is he trying to turn things around? Stop it, Simon. You knew you could talk to me about everything, and you never mentioned anything about that.
Precisely. Weren't you concerned we never talked about our future? Why did you avoid discussing our prospects after high school? You pretended we had time, but I knew you were lying to yourself. I don't blame you. Breaking up was the right thing to do. I wanted to pursue my studies too. Except I was thinking of going to the same college as you, while you never bothered to ask my opinion about your plans. So I refrained from saying anything because I didn't want to hear you declare that you loved me, but your studies and your professional future mattered more.
His words touch me and my anger goes away. My heart believes he's telling the truth. He's probably right. I would have said something like that, but still, I'm not ready to forgive him so easily. I tap my fingers on the table. So, it was a matter of ego? You preferred to take action so you could tell your friends it was you who decided to leave me? If that's the case, I understand. He looks down at his hands and goes shy. I've touched a sore spot. I want to console him, which is absurd.
I was a teenager. I don't deny it played a minor part, but I promise you, it wasn't the main reason for my behavior. I was head over heels in love with you, and feeling you moving away broke my heart.
He plays nervously with his car keys, still not looking at me.
When Solange kissed me one evening, I made the mistake of not rejecting her. The next day, the whole school was talking about that kiss. You didn't react. You didn't come to ask me for an explanation. So I thought I was right, you didn't care about me. I kept going out with her. It was easier that way. Since the ball was a few days later, I decided to go with her. The damage had been done, and I didn't have the courage to come see you and tell you I regretted everything.
I stare at the garden and a feeling of sadness overwhelms me. You were wrong. I was devastated all summer long. Seeing you with Solange was more than I could bear. But what choice did I have? To behave like a jealous ex and become slanderous? I preferred to pretend to ignore you in public and then cry alone in my room. His face goes pale. He wrings his hands and guilt gnaws at me for bringing up tough memories. You know, it's been a long time since that summer, and my question wasn't meant to make us relive the past. I just wanted to know. Thank you for telling me the truth. It allows me to close that chapter. I promise to study the file and get back to you soon. Our eyes meet, and we both smile with relief. I don't think either of us wants to hold grudges. His next words confirm that he wants us to forget the past and repair our relationship.
For what it's worth, Zoe, I'm genuinely sorry. I'm not trying to make excuses for myself, but I told you the truth about how I felt at the time. I didn't handle things well, and I regret it.
I believe you, and I appreciate your apology. We both get up and he hugs me. That's when I notice Ian watching us with an indecipherable expression. His face doesn't show any emotion. I make an involuntary movement to pull away from Simon's arms, but I chastise myself for being so insecure and hug him affectionately instead. Ian approaches with graceful movements and I make introductions. I find it hard to concentrate with Ian beside me. I can feel his radiating heat, which I know is ridiculous. He isn't even touching me.
Will you call me when you have something?
Simon asks as he puts his number in my phone. I smile warmly at him. Promise. Keep in mind I'll be busy all day, so I'll do it late tonight or tomorrow morning. He looks intently at Ian, clearly hoping I'll elaborate, but I don't. As soon as Simon leaves, Ian turns to me with a slight smile.
I see you followed my advice.
That is to say? I adopt what I hope is a haughty expression.
You called your ex to ask for an explanation from him. At least I hope that's why you did it, and not because you wanted to rekindle the flame.
His voice is laced with a hint of worry, as if he doesn't know whether to adopt a serious or a more lighthearted tone. I didn't call him, although that's none of your business. He heard I was in town and came to talk to me about a problem he thinks I might be able to help solve. He gives me a side glance.
And you agreed to do it?
Yes, I did, I answer somewhat defensively. The subject interests me and we've always been friends. So if I can help him, why not? I take my handbag and walk with him toward his car. He opens the car door for me and doesn't utter a word until we're on the main road.
I'm sorry about what I said, but you seemed very close. I thought it wouldn't be strange to still be attracted to him and want to give him a second chance.
I burst out laughing, and seeing me laugh catches him off guard. His eyes widen, obviously not expecting my reaction. First of all, I don't trust people easily. Even though I'm not opposed to second chances, in this case it would be far-fetched. It's been years since I've seen Simon, and our story wasn't an epic love story. I was in love, yes. I was miserable when we separated, but I haven't spent my time waiting for Simon's return. To see myself as a heroine of a romance novel is laughable. Ian chuckles.
Then I can hope to have a second chance, even though I behaved like an idiot?
I'll see what I can do. I smile at him. We've just met, yet I feel close to him. I feel I can be myself and trust him. Or maybe I want to trust him because my heart flutters every time his blue eyes meet mine. I fight the urge to reach out and touch his hand. I don't understand what's happening to me or where this feeling of comfort and familiarity is coming from, but it's exhilarating. He refuses to give me a single clue as to our destination. 2 hours and about 100 miles later, he stops just outside an elegant building in Greenville. The sign in the entrance indicates an auction.
Yesterday, you mentioned that even though you had doubts about my motivations for buying and renovating houses, you liked the idea of looking for unique objects to decorate them. That it made you feel like participating in a treasure hunt.
That's right. I beam at him. He takes my hand and we enter the auction house.
We have about 2 hours to go through the rooms and all the objects on display. No catalog, you have to come here to discover them for yourself. It's a small auction house but with an excellent reputation.
Tables are arranged in each room, skillfully lit to highlight the objects displayed on them, and with enough space in between to facilitate movement. What exactly are you looking for? I ask, as I look at a miniature of a woman with an umbrella. So unique and elegant.
Something to touch my heart.
His answer is so unexpected and sweet that my heart starts racing. I've never participated in an auction. It seems like fun. For more than an hour, we walk through the rooms and note everything that interests us. Ian is right. Most of the objects, whether furniture, decorative objects, paintings, or jewelry, are beautiful, elegant, and of exceptional quality. I stop for a long time to admire a delicate necklace in white gold that seems ancient and modern at the same time. Ian, for his part, is fascinated by a vintage mirror. Would it be for your house? Or for one of those you restore? He takes his eyes away from the mirror to look at me.
As paradoxical as it may seem to you, I don't own a house.
Seeing my astonishment, he elaborates.
I always thought a house had to be a project for two, so I'm waiting to find the person who will share this dream with me. For now I rent an apartment which suits my lifestyle.
The portrait his words paint, that of a man foregoing owning a home until he can share it with someone he loves, is so different to the one I saw yesterday. Part of me, some deep part, doesn't want to believe him. But there is sincerity in his voice, and I understand what he means. I find your dream admirable. I rise to my tiptoes to kiss him on the cheek. When the auction begins, Ian lets me bid, and the rush of the competition makes me giddy. We leave 3 hours later, both happy with our day. He bought an old lamp, an armchair for the exterior, and the Regency-style mirror with the exceptional leaf design frame.
You brought me luck,
he says, leaning against the car.
You have earned yourself an afternoon of leisure. What would you like to do?
Be alone with you is the first answer that comes to mind. I glance furtively at his lips but manage to keep my thoughts to myself. My glance must not have been as subtle as I thought because he takes me into his arms and his soft but firm lips invite me for a tender kiss that warms my body far more than the rays of the sun that caress my skin. It takes us a long time to leave the parking lot, and only the chatter of people exiting the building brings us back to earth. The second half of the day is just as good as the first. He keeps his promise and we don't once mention Solange or Simon. No disputes, no scathing comments from either side. The weather is ideal, so we stop at the harbor of the picturesque town of Blue Hills for ice cream. As we sit side by side, feet dangling in the water and ice cream in hand, I realize I haven't thought about work since this morning. That would normally make me feel guilty, but not today. It's refreshing and liberating. Afterward, we head downtown while talking about everything and nothing. We discuss our lives and discover we have many things in common. We both own a motorbike and enjoy leaving the city for a weekend to explore new areas. We both like adventure and French movies. What is your favorite French movie, I ask. Please don't say Amélie,
Why am I not surprised?
he says with a smile in his voice.
A cynical lawyer who doesn't like a rose-tinted Parisian romance.
I can be romantic, I protest, but there are so many movies I find superior.
Name one.
All the Jacques Tati movies.
Is that a challenge? You want to test me? To see if I'm really a French film aficionado, if I know the classics. Like my uncle or The Big Day.
He stops to kiss me, and every time he does that, when his hand grazes mine, when he touches my waist, I feel alive, like I'm noticing the world for the first time. It's been so long since I dated someone, I'd forgotten how wonderful it can be. You've probably never got over what happened with Simon, I tell myself. It's complicated to let a man enter your life when you can't trust anyone. And even if working and having friends brings me joy, I miss having a hand delicately caress my hair as Ian's does when he hugs me in front of my hotel at the end of the day.
Can you stay a little longer?
He asks. I've been hoping he'd ask me that all day, so I've already prepared my answer. At least one day. I did promise Simon I'd help him, remember?
I was hoping you'd say it was because you couldn't imagine leaving me.
A gleam of amusement dances in his eyes as he plays with a strand of my hair. I tilt my head up to meet his gaze. Maybe you should work a little harder if you want me to stay for you.
That's a challenge I can handle.
He kisses me and I feel lightheaded. He caresses my cheek tenderly before waving goodbye.
I'll call you tomorrow.
I know I should work on Simon's case, but first, I have to talk to the girls and then give myself some time to come down gently from my little cloud.
Are you falling in love?
Amy all but shrieks. I roll my eyes. Let's not exaggerate.
Oh. So it's not remarkable you didn't knock Ian out the first time he kissed you? Or that you openly speak of your desire for him? Are you kidding? You haven't kissed anyone for ages. We'd begun to despair.
The question is, was it worth the wait?
Allison asks as she sits on her couch, a cup of tea in her hands. It was perfect. There's no point in denying it. My best friends can tell I'm in a dreamlike state.
But
Allison waves her cup wildly, making me fear she'll spill her tea. Do you think the fact he didn't make a single allusion to spending the night with me is a bad sign? Allison curls her lips.
not all men are in a hurry to sleep with a woman the first time they go out with her. Why do you think Ian should be so forward? Evidently, you're looking for reasons not to like him.
Perhaps, but for someone who kissed me 2 hours after we met, even before we had a real conversation, his behavior is pretty strange, isn't it? I sit more comfortably in my bed.
Not at all. It doesn't mean he doesn't want to, only that he prefers to take the time to get to know you. I'll also point out that a kiss is more romantic when it's spontaneous, but making love requires another level of connection, and as much as you like each other, it's more romantic and sensible to wait.
I sigh. I guess you're right. I've never heard you talk so eloquently.
I know you, Zoe. You'll try to find faults all along the way. Believe me, I won't let you.
Amy chuckles.
You see. I don't even need to add anything. Allison summarized the situation perfectly. Being more curious than her, though, would you have accepted?
Noah? They burst out laughing, and I join them. It's always so nice to laugh things out with them. It seems so much easier to deal with our ordeals after we discuss them.
I'm looking forward to meeting him,
Amy says. That isn't going to happen anytime soon, I object, but they brush me off. Chapter 3. After the conversation with the girls, I study Simon's file. It's true, it will be difficult to persuade the bank not to seize the farm if they already have a buyer, and they clearly have no interest in waiting. It's difficult for farmers to succeed these days. They have to invest a lot before they see results, and even if Simon has done everything right, I find his business plan solid. It's not shocking that a bad year was enough to put him in the red. I could talk to the bank, but having to deal with bankers constantly, I know it sometimes feels as talking to a brick wall. I'm not saying there are no honest bankers, but what most of them care about above all else is the wealth of their establishment. If their clients don't contribute to that wealth, that's just too bad. And on top of dealing with bankers, there's Marilyn. I doubt I'll get a tangible result if she's involved. How can we persuade the banks it would be more beneficial for them to trust the farmers rather than limit their losses by forcing them to sell, or worse, by seizing the farms and selling them to the highest bidder? In the absence of a better solution, I send Simon a message asking him to make an appointment with the bank nevertheless, and I fall asleep with the image of Ian and me walking hand in hand. When I get up a few hours later, I make an effort to look my best to meet Marilyn. I know her. To her, appearances count. I am my poor choice of outfits and sigh. I was only supposed to be here for 2 days and I brought 2 pair of pants, a dress and a skirt. Well, I don't need to look like an attorney. I need to look confident, and my trapeze dress and a pair of low-heel shoes will do. I add discreet makeup and my hair coiffed in a chignon, and I'm ready. Let's hope I can handle Marilyn. In high school, she was a straight-A student who had no consideration for the weaker students, so if I show any weakness, I am done. I'd be lying if I said I liked her. The more I think about her, the more I remember why she'd never been my favorite person, like her tendency to exaggerate and make big gestures when speaking. Dressed in a suit and with her blonde hair in an impeccable square, she's the perfect picture of how you'd imagine a bank director. If only her voice matched her appearance. She reminds me more of a shrill witch when she speaks.
I couldn't believe my ears when Simon told me Zoe Woods wanted to see me. You're after all a bet nor to us honest workers.
I keep my voice even. I'm amazed myself to find you here. Better avoid entering into a debate on which of our respective professions is considered the least honest. Her eyes shoot me daggers, she understood the implication. She could have been the head of a larger branch. She told everyone who would listen that she'd be at the summit before her 30th birthday. Simon shifts uncomfortably in his seat, and I give him a reassuring look. I explained to Marilyn our reason for being in her office, and I was expecting anything but to hear her say,
So, although Simon cheated on you, you're helping him. I never thought I'd see the day.
Is she for real? I wonder if it's worth reminding her of her high school boyfriend who flirted with every girl around, but I can't ruin our meager chances of helping Simon. Simon and I are both adults and able to overcome an incident that occurred when we were teenagers, I answer in a honeyed tone. It's either that or speak through clenched teeth, but I have to keep it civil or we won't accomplish anything.
But you're still not married. Are you?
What's the connection between my marital status and our business here? Does she believe I'm not married because I haven't forgotten Simon? Of course not. She's only trying to make me feel like a failure because I haven't found a husband. No, the idea of affirming myself by getting married never crossed my mind. I prefer to focus on my career. Why do I justify myself? Since I arrived in Kensington, I've turned into a stranger I don't appreciate. Hasty decisions, and a desire to behave like a teenager.
I did both.
She shoves her ring under my nose. At that, I know this meeting won't lead anywhere. I've dealt with dozens of people like Marilyn. They may have limited power, but they tend to abuse it because they can, and I can't stand it. I pass the next half hour pleading our case, and I'm glad to see Simon gaining confidence at our chances, but I know Marilyn is only pretending to listen to me. It's obvious she doesn't intend to change her mind.
All the cases likely to interest the investor will see their fate sealed in a few days.
She finally says.
That's the only information I can give you. So unless your client is able to update his payments soon, he'll be forced to sell to avoid bankruptcy. If I were in his shoes, I'd consider having an alternative to seizure as a windfall.
I stare her down. Except you aren't in his shoes, you're sitting behind your desk. She doesn't even flinch.
Thank you for reminding me I made the right choice. The question is, why don't you use your talents of persuasion on Ian rather than on me?
Ian? I try hard to hide my incredulity. I refuse to give her the satisfaction. She acts all innocent.
I heard you had dinner with him the other night. Isn't it true?
My astonishment at hearing Ian's name in this context is such that I forget to express my indignation at her audacity to, once again, broach a personal subject during a professional meeting. It's no wonder she knows I had dinner with Ian, though. Knowing everything about everyone is one of the reasons I never enjoyed living in Kensington. Like anyone, I don't appreciate feeling spied upon. Why on earth is she involving Ian in our conversation about Simon? She can see my confusion, and she loves it. Her sly smile and overly wide eyes convey her wicked pleasure in what she's about to tell me.
I see you didn't know it's the Redford group that wants to set up in the area.
Suddenly, I feel like I'm on the set of a corny movie. I'm the heroine who finds out the man she's infatuated with wants to destroy what she's trying to preserve. I may be dramatizing a little, but my stomach aches. It's only now I associate Ian's name with the Redford group one know all too well. Why didn't I make the link earlier? Because it's a common name, I try to console myself. Another voice, though, reminds me it's because I spend my time thinking about our kisses, leaving little room for serious reflection. I was right to be suspicious of him. He's an imposter and a liar. I thank my lucky stars I didn't sleep with him. I can't wait to see him and let him have it. I fume inside even though I hide my feelings from Marilyn. How dare he? After exiting the bank under the triumphant watch of Marilyn, I leave Simon, promising to do everything I can to get to the bottom of this. He swears he had no idea the Redford group was behind the whole thing. No one has received a concrete offer yet, and several names have circulated. At least now we know the enemy. My visit to Ian can't wait. I want to confront him right away. 5 minutes later, I'm at his door. I ring his doorbell, but he doesn't answer. I start drumming at the door.
I thought we'd gone beyond the stage of hostilities.
I hear his voice behind me. I turn around and see him dressed in a shirt and jeans, armed with a brush. His expression is half amused, half annoyed. I thought so too. But that was before I learned your company wants to buy Simon's farm. I glare at him, but his demeanor doesn't change.
I have no intention of buying any farm, but if you explain to me why you have this idea, maybe I can help you see more clearly.
Is he making fun of me? Even Marilyn wouldn't lie about something like that. I tell him about my meeting with her.
Marilyn, the director of the bank? I met her once, and I didn't ask her about Simon's farm or any other farm. It was to pay the balance of the loan Solange had contracted in order to renovate the house, a few weeks before meeting her future husband and changing her life.
I taunt him. So she lied to us? Why would she do that? She said you were the person I had to persuade not to buy Simon's farm or any of the others. Naturally, I deduced you were involved in all this, and I understood why you avoided telling me about your ties with the company. You are a snake.
Oh. I've never been called a snake before. I wonder what's the best term for someone like you, someone who hastens to jump on people without giving them the chance to explain themselves. I'm starting to wonder what kind of lawyer you are.
His words rile me up, and if he's expecting me to back down, he has another thing coming. The kind of lawyer who puts her client's needs above everything else and isn't fooled by unscrupulous, handsome men. I'm aware my tone is over the top and my choice of words not the best, so I'm not surprised his eyes sparkle with amusement.
Glad to know you find me handsome. Unfortunately for you, you'll have to be content with that. Unscrupulousness isn't something that defines me. I may be a Redford, but I've never been a real member of the Redford group. It's run by my brother, my father, and my grandfather. 3 generations together for the same purpose, making profit.
He takes a step toward me and I pretend I don't feel anything. My heart disagrees though and skips a beat as he gets closer.
As I never had this mentality, I never found my place amongst them. In short, I'm not your enemy. I almost never see them, so sorry to spoil your plans, but you still have to live with the knowledge I'm one of the good guys.
I remember reading the company is led with an iron fist by its founder, so what Ian says rings true. Over the years, I've had to work on cases for people who had problems with the company, but I've never met any of its leaders. I'm ashamed I accused Ian, and for taking what Marilyn told me at face value. Remembering her behavior at our meeting and knowing how she operates, she did it on purpose. I'm wondering how to get out of this uncomfortable situation when Ian speaks.
If you wish to redeem yourself, I have an idea.
He wraps me in his strong arms and leans in to caress my lips. I forget my embarrassment and the world around us falls away. I could stay like this forever. He kisses me deeper, and I let out a sigh. He lets go of me and steps back abruptly, rubbing his face with his hand.
Help me.
He says, his voice gruff. Help you to do what?
Not to behave like a caveman. I have only one desire, to make love with you, and I doubt that's what you want.
Just as I'm about to tell him he's wrong, a red Ferrari comes to a screeching halt a few feet away. The driver, a beautiful woman with an incredible figure, gets out slowly, performing actually. She makes sure we don't miss her long legs and slim waist, highlighted by a dress that leaves nothing to the imagination. She throws herself into Ian's arms, exclaiming,
Ian. God, you really need me. You look awful.
Her eyes are full of judgment.
Carla.
She says curtly, not extending her hand for a handshake, as if touching me were beneath her.
Ian's girlfriend.
The ground shifts under my feet, but like this morning in Marilyn's office, I quickly find my wits. To spite her, I stretch out my hand and paste on a smile I hope looks as fake as it is. Zoe. Happy to meet you.
You're a local? I've just crossed the city. It's depressing.
She turns to Ian with a pout.
Honey, I don't know how you can spend so much time here. I thought we agreed it would be for a few days, not several weeks.
What are you doing here?
Ian's voice is far from warm, but Carla doesn't seem to notice.
I thought it was time we saw each other. I missed you.
She puts again her arms around his neck, and this time it's too much for me. I don't have to stay here, watching the man who a few minutes ago declared he wanted to make love with me kiss his girlfriend. I whisper a goodbye and move away with a decisive step. Nobody pretends to notice my departure. No surprise there, and I'm too angry to care. Once at the hotel, I call the girls, and my recounting of the events leaves them speechless. Imagine a brunette Claudia Schiffer, I conclude.
I never found Claudia Schiffer pretty as a blonde, so imagine her as a brunette.
Amy comments. The problem is, millions of people find her gorgeous, I reply, annoyed and in no mood to see the humor in all of this. That doesn't stop Allison from laughing.
Zoe, I know you're upset and sad, but you should look at the bright side. It's a good thing you learned the truth before falling in love. Given the way you talk about him, I was sure it was only a matter of time.
I close my eyes in an attempt to chase away my depressing thoughts. I can't believe I almost slept with him. After our kiss, I was ready to make love with him out there on the lawn. Their laughter helps me to forget my anger for a moment.
Then I'm right. Luckily, you've learned about everything now.
Allison repeats.
When are you getting back?
Tomorrow, first thing. Then I remember Simon and I sigh. Heck. I can't let him down, I have to help him. But I'll stay away from Ian and his darling. Anyway, I doubt he'll be there tomorrow. From what I've seen, Carla is here to persuade him to leave town, and I bet she's good at getting what she wants. I try to see the glass half full, but who wouldn't feel demoralized? Why didn't Ian say anything about Carla, especially when I asked him outright whether he had a girlfriend? Maybe there are some problems between them, but they clearly aren't separated for good. It's my worst nightmare all over again. Why do men need to lie and cheat? Okay, not all men are dishonest, but men of that kind seem to be the only ones I attract. My feelings of betrayal and sadness linger all morning, and when Simon comes to see me in the early afternoon, I'm ready to fight tooth and nail to find a solution to his problem. Of course, the last thing I expect is to see him arrive with Carla. I squint my eyes at Simon, who hastens to introduce us. We've already met, I say with an icy voice.
Oh.
Simon stares at me confused, but I don't expand. Carla looks smugly at me, which isn't surprising given what Simon says right after.
Carla is here as a representative of the Redford Group. She thought you two should meet when she found out you were helping with my case.
I feel the blood drain from my face, but I keep my composure. She has the upper hand and enjoys it.
I understand now why you were at Ian's. For a moment, I thought you were personally involved. The tension between you was palpable. But I imagine you were trying to influence him to give up his plan to buy the farms,
she says with a fake smile.
However, it was a miscalculation on your part. You should know, Ian doesn't have a say in the matter. I'm the one coordinate this project and the sole link between him and his family.
She turns to Simon and touches his arm.
Simon told me about your crusade, so I came to see you because I don't want you wasting your time.
Simon assumes a deer-in-the-headlights posture, rigid and wide-eyed. His face turns red, and I'm tempted to pinch him to bring him back down to earth.
I was saying,
She continues, her voice pitch increasing,
that Simon has informed me it's you I should be talking to concerning the sale of his farm. I wonder why. I think he's quite capable of managing alone.
Maybe because it's my job to deal with untrustworthy people. She doesn't miss the implied, like you, and her smug smile wanes a bit. I can't let her monopolize the conversation or let the fact she's with Ian intimidate me. I can help Simon, even though I'm beginning to wonder if he deserves my time and energy, smitten as he seems to be with Carla.
Simon has received an offer he'd be crazy to refuse.
She announces an amount which is much higher than I expected, but I'm not naive. I know that no matter the offer price, the company must expect to multiply its investment by 10. She's relentless though and continues.
I've been working for the Redford family for 8 years, and I can assure you they always get what they want. So, if I were you, I'd advise Simon to accept the offer. With that money, he can start his professional life again on a good basis.
Simon is getting ready to talk, but I silence him with a look. I think I know better than you what Simon wishes. Thank you for coming, but let's not waste more of your time. You must be eager to get back to Ian.
Indeed. He's taking me out to dinner tonight. I hope there's a decent restaurant somewhere in this town. I get the impression it's somewhat sleepy.
Although she's not the first one to describe my hometown that way, hearing her say so sets me even more on edge. As if I needed any more reason to dislike her. I keep silent and let Simon accompany her to her car before letting my frustration show. As soon as he comes back, I ask him, "What was that?"
What?
He asks with a puzzled look. You were ready to yield because she's beautiful.
Not at all.
His protest lacks real conviction, and seeing him fluster, I feel a wave of tenderness toward him. Thinking back on our history, I know the reason I forgave him is that he wasn't a bad boyfriend. He was always concerned about my well-being, and maybe I had given him the impression I didn't want to stay with him. I was ambitious and didn't hide it. I lean over to kiss him on the cheek, and when I pull away I meet Ian's gaze. Perfect timing,
I see the town has regained its charm of yesteryear for you.
he says as he approaches. Sarcasm is my favorite weapon, so I don't have to force myself to answer. Yes. We have that in common. We both love our old habits.
Can I talk to you in private?
Simon is about to get up, but I grab his arm and hold him back. I can't imagine what we could talk about. I have nothing to say to you. His gaze never leaves my face.
Too bad, because I have.
I draw myself up. So what? Last I checked, I was still the master of my time. This conversation is over. He raises his eyebrow in a challenge.
Are you afraid if you give me the chance, I'll succeed in persuading you that you're wrong to be upset with me?
I blush when I notice Simon's eyes on me. I turn toward him with a huff. No, there's no chance of that ever happening. Last time, I wanted to be persuaded. But you should know that nobody can influence my behavior, and the sooner you realize it, the better.
I can confirm she's telling the truth.
Simon chimes in. Listen to him, he knows me better than anybody else, I add, to annoy him.
I don't doubt he knew you well, but as for knowing you today,
You're wrong. Simon and I feel as close as we once were. I give Simon a sweet smile. Simon picks up on my cues and puts his arm around my shoulders.
I was surprised myself how easy it was to reconnect with her.
Ian's features harden.
hopefully the result will be different this time around. I wouldn't want to learn in a few months you once again knocked at the door of a poor girl who seduced your boyfriend.
I make a careless gesture with my hand. Don't worry about it. I don't want to risk meeting someone rude and dishonest who forgets to mention he has a girlfriend.
I see.
He's about to add something but seems to think better of it. He shakes his head and leaves without another word. I'm not proud of my reaction, but what other choice did I have? Simon drops his arm from around my shoulders.
You like him, huh?
No. On the contrary, I don't like him. I'm not prepared to admit it after what happened today. He gives me a dubious look but doesn't insist. For the rest of the afternoon, we focus on how to save the farm. After a while, Simon rubs his temples.
It may be better for me to accept their offer.
I know he's only saying this because he feels discouraged, so I try to dissuade him. Simon, for every problem, there is a solution. Abandoning the farm isn't an option unless you have other prospects, unless you want to change your life.
No, I like my work and I want to continue to do it. I have lots of ideas, but I know we're unlikely to get through without the support of the banks.
He puts his face into his hands.
My most urgent problem is the lack of cash to make my payments. I have until the end of the month, and there's just not enough time.
Have you ever sought a loan at better rates from another bank?
Yes, but the situation is critical in the region, and I'm one amongst many who've been rebuffed by several banks.
He closes his computer with a weary sigh. From what I understood while studying your business plan, your farm has enormous potential. You could take on an investor. His expression darkens even more.
And lose control.
Not necessarily. Not everyone who invests wants to have a say on how you manage your company. Some do it because they think their investment will pay. He gets up and starts pacing.
I can't imagine who would want to invest, Zoe. It's not as if their investment could be guaranteed.
I invite him with a gesture to sit down. His pacing makes me dizzy. Let me make a few phone calls and we'll talk about it later. In my opinion, no investment is ever guaranteed. He forces a smile, and I try to chase away my worry that we are heading nowhere. Chapter 4. As soon as Simon leaves, I stir up my entire network. After a few hours, though, it becomes clear my chances of success are slim. Simon is right, that type of investment is incredibly risky and no one wants to touch it. The girls encourage me.
If there's a solution, you'll find it.
Amy affirms with a smile.
She's right.
Allison concurs.
How many times have you been able to find the answer to problems everyone else thought too difficult to even touch?
The tension leaves my shoulders as I ponder her words.
And you should give Ian the benefit of the doubt. You don't know if this Carla is telling the truth.
Allison, always the optimist, tries to persuade me I'm wrong about Ian, but I don't see how that could be the case. Even if his relationship with Carla was in bad shape, he should have told me about it. Later in the evening, I have an appointment with Simon, and I'm sorry I don't have any good news for him. We meet in a new restaurant in town, and he arrives with Becky and Keith, who I also know from school. I'm amazed that although I've done everything to get away from Kensington, being here and get reacquainting with them pleases me. Becky is dressed in jeans and a white shirt paired with a colorful scarf, her signature attire in high school, and her smile is still warm and friendly. Keith has changed a lot since our high school days when he was a lanky teenager. He's now a handsome man, and if his determined air is any indication, he's ready to find a solution to their predicament.
Becky and Keith face the same difficulties.
Simon tells me.
I wanted them to explain their situation so you have a more accurate picture of the problem.
I feel even worse now, but I don't have much choice, so I tell them my phone calls didn't amount to anything.
It's discouraging.
Becky sighs.
I always thought my parents exaggerated the difficulties they encountered every day, but since I took over the farm, I've been fighting for everything. Bank drafts. Bad weather, poor harvests. I'm sometimes tempted to sell and go sunbathe for a while. I'd do it if the aftermath didn't frighten me so much. I have no other skills whatsoever.
I never consider giving up, but I agree it's getting harder and harder.
Keith adds. Upon hearing them talk so passionately about their profession, my heart tightens. It isn't just a livelihood for them. It's their whole lives. Their connection to their families. Their dreams. Have you thought about joining forces? If you present a joint project to the banks, perhaps they'll be more inclined to finance you. Right now, you're each fighting alone against an opponent stronger than you.
We thought about it, but although we all have a farm business, we don't cultivate the same things. Also, the profitability isn't the same for everyone. In short, it's difficult to agree on a common project to present.
Becky explains.
Simon has fruit trees, Keith cultivates mainly salad greens, and I grow aromatic herbs and seasonal vegetables such as eggplants, peppers, and tomatoes. But my farm doesn't produce on a very large scale. I'd be a handicap in a common file.
I understand, but let's identify the strengths of such a project, not its faults. If I'm not mistaken, there are farms of all kinds in the region. You only need to go to the market to notice that, right? Becky nods.
That's right. Everything you can buy on the market has to be produced within a radius of 20 miles, and you can find almost everything.
Then let's reflect on how. I trail off when a couple walks through the door and I stop short. Carla, wearing a short golden dress with a plunging neckline, more suitable for the red carpet, and sandals that make her legs look even more slender and longer, is hanging on Ian's arm. Her entrance has caught everyone's attention. Simon follows my gaze and blushes. His attitude irks me, but at the same time, I understand. I doubt many men could resist such a beautiful woman. Ian wears a dark suit without a tie, and although my heart races at the sight of him, I ignore it. I'm mad at myself for reacting this way even after he hurt me, so I tear my eyes away and concentrate again on my companions.
And here is Miss Perfection.
Becky mutters.
She came by today to offer me an extraordinary sum, according to her, to hand over my land.
I rejoice that Becky also finds Carla unbearable. But I don't rejoice for too long, as a shadow falls over the table. Looking up, I face Carla's smug air. She's approached us with Ian at her side.
Simon, delighted to see you again.
She says in her most seductive voice.
You aren't plotting against me, I hope.
It is indeed what we're doing, I retort. It would be too easy to let you win without defending ourselves, wouldn't it?
Except that, as I've already told you, it's a plan doomed to fail. I never lose.
Neither do I. Ian gives me an undecipherable look, but I ignore him. My goal is to help Simon and his friends, but if I can knock Carla off her pedestal in doing so, it will be a tremendous bonus. I won't let Ian or my heart's treacherous reaction to him distract me.
Then I'm thrilled to have you as an adversary,
she says as she walks away, hips swinging. Ian doesn't utter a word the whole time, but our eyes meet several times during the evening. I force myself to think of anything else other than our kisses or the day we spent together, and instead focus on my anger and use it to beat them. After a while, tired and unable to concentrate, I take my leave and return to the hotel. My anger helped me to surpass myself because in the morning I have a concrete idea. I call Simon and ask him to map the farms in the area. He promises to have the list by noon, and in the meantime, I make an appointment with the mayor. Also a former student of our school, Mason was 2 years ahead of me, and luckily we've always had a good relationship. I hope he'll be cooperative.
Zoe. How long has it been? 6 years since our last encounter.
Almost. How are you, Mason? You look well. His tall figure and his wavy chocolate hair remind me of the adolescent he was. He still has that friendly, open face that inspires trust as he greets me with a warm, inviting hug.
I'm not complaining. As you know, serving this city has always been my dream.
His soft smile contrasts with his self-deprecating chuckle. Glad to hear that, since I'm here to talk to you about this town.
Rumor has it you took over Simon's case?
That's correct, but it's not only Simon who's having difficulties. There are many other farmers around in the same situation. I recount to him what Simon told me, and he's taking notes while listening to me with his brow furrowed. I can tell he's familiar with the issue as his frown deepens.
You're right, but you know it's never been easy for people who work in agriculture.
Yes, but I also know we must unite against a common enemy.
I can't imagine what you have in mind, but you should be aware that those you consider enemies are not perceived as such by everyone. They have big projects and many people support them. They plan to build a shopping mall, an amusement park, a golf course.
He plays with his cup of coffee and takes a sip before resuming.
Since the town is located in an agglomeration, they hope to attract the populations of neighboring towns. We ourselves thought of taking advantage of our geographical location, but our budget didn't allow us to develop such a big project. Their proposal is a blessing for many.
Mason, there are other ways to revive the region without having to sacrifice what makes up its wealth.
Not many, Zoe.
Well, I have an idea, but I need your help.
I'm listening.
I take out my computer and explain my plan, based on similar projects that have flourished almost everywhere. You see what other regions have done? Here is the Wine Road, the Honey Road, the Birds Road, and the Fishes Road. On each of these paths, there are dozens of activities to do. Here, people can visit beekeeping farms. Here, vineyards. Here, fishing ponds, and here, observatories for birds. Our region has so much to offer. It produces almost everything, even though the farms are, for the most part, small. Visitors will pick fruit and vegetables, listen to farmers explain their craft, taste the products in the surrounding restaurants. There are many bed and breakfasts and small hotels around where they can stay and enjoy the region for several days. You need to get the word out and get organized so everyone can join. If they want to preserve their future, that is the solution. He drums his fingers on the table.
I don't know, Zoe. On paper, it sounds like a good idea, but you have to inject a lot of money. As I explained, we don't have the means, and there's no way I raise taxes.
Please, Mason. There must be a budget for the development of the region, and I promise you won't have to spend a lot. What it'll take is making a few signs, announcing the project on the town's official website, collaborating with other municipalities to advertise it, talking to journalists. In short, embrace the project. I can guarantee the benefits will be positive for everyone. At least try to sell the idea.
I'll see what I can do, Zoe. As I said, many of our administrators are in favor of building a shopping mall.
I gather not the merchants of the town. Who's supporting this project?
The unemployed to begin with.
He stands and walks to the window facing the main road. But their logic makes no sense. If they find a place in the sun, others will find themselves deprived. The shops in the city center will suffer, and what if the farms no longer exist? He crosses his arms.
Zoe, an unemployed worker has no time to worry about his neighbor. When an opportunity to improve his quality of life is presented to him, he doesn't care about the consequences that opportunity may have on others.
He paces up and down, his stress radiating from his body. I can only imagine how difficult it must be for him to deal with such a situation. I understand, but we're here to change that mentality. Does it improve their life to work in a supermarket for a minimum wage? If we keep the identity of the region alive, other doors will open and other jobs will emerge. It will pay off if we dare to dream bigger. He stops pacing and looks at me with a grin.
That's so you, Zoe. But I doubt you'll find much support. A job is a job. I know you'll do everything to succeed, but I'm afraid you'll end up being disappointed.
He's right on one point. I will do everything to convince them. An hour later, I stop at a small cafe, and while I'm waiting for my order, I call Amy and Allison.
So Ian didn't play any role while coming up with this?
Amy asks.
I'm not implying you're wrong. I admire your dedication, but don't make the mistake of giving false hopes to people if your idea is utopian.
It has nothing to do with Ian. This is a worthwhile cause, and I can make a difference. At least in this respect, I'm being truthful. Working on this project keeps me from thinking about Ian. That's a perk, no doubt about it, but it's the only connection this project has with him. It stops there. I'm not setting out to prove anything to him.
I've rarely seen you so enthusiastic.
Allison remarks. That's because I have two motivations, to help everyone and to beat this pretentious Carla. Back to the hotel, I peruse the projects I talked to Mason about, hoping to find information on their financing. A little later, I go down to work by the pool when Carla arrives. Great. I've never been sought out so much as since my arrival here.
Hello. Can we talk?
She peers at me like I'm a mosquito, annoyingly buzzing around her. You're here, might as well talk, I reply, refusing to let her intimidate me. Your request surprises me, though. I thought you'd already said all there was to say.
Oh, professional conversations are never finished. Not until the signatures are affixed to an official document.
Thank you for this valuable lesson. Anything else?
You should know that during our separation, Ian and I agreed to do what we wanted. I'm here now, though.
Is this a way of telling me to stay away from him?
I see you catch on quickly.
Her voice loses its varnish, and both her voice and her glare could not be more hostile. Sorry to disappoint you, but my relationship with Ian doesn't concern you. I don't intend to stay away from him just because you demand it. Her jaw drops, and I wonder what on earth I'm babbling about. I was planning to tell her she had nothing to fear from me, that I didn't want Ian even if he came with the label best boyfriend in the world, because the people he's associated with aren't to my liking. Instead, I react as if I'm in a relationship with him, one I intend on fighting to keep.
You're making a mistake by clinging onto him.
Again, I appreciate your warning, but I can manage my personal life by myself.
Fine. If you like to humiliate yourself, that's your choice. However, I didn't come here to talk about your relationship with Ian.
Oh, you could have fooled me.
I came to make an offer.
She sits in the chair across me and flashes her pearly whites in a predatory smile. What kind of offer?
$100,000 to withdraw yourself from this case.
She watches out for my reaction, and I don't disappoint her. Excuse me? Her offer seems so ridiculous I'm not sure I heard her right.
This project is very important for the Redford family, so the sooner you agree to retire, the faster we can move forward.
You're joking, right?
I never joke about money.
She purses her lips as if I insulted her. So, everything you do in life is for money? She narrows her eyes, but her demeanor remains calm. It's not her first negotiation, that's for sure.
It's an excellent motivation, and don't act like you are different.
I like money as much as the next person, but going as far as to betray the people who put their trust in me? No, thank you. She waves her hand around.
You aren't being filmed, you don't need to put on an act.
This time, I've had enough of her condescending attitude. I stand and take my notes before turning to her with a dismissing smile. For a competent person, you have done a very poor job. If you had dug further, you'd have known who I am.
I did. Ian informed me you were a broke lawyer desperate to build a reputation. I don't need anything more to deduce that you failed to join the big guys, and now you're playing the hero.
She doesn't take her eyes away from my face, once more waiting for my inevitable breakdown. I'm shocked Ian described me like that. How dare he share anything about me with his girlfriend, and how dare he talk about me like I'm an ambitious hack who only cares about herself and her career. I want to scream in frustration, but I refuse to let her see that she's got to me. I doubt Ian talked about me like that, I say, and the momentary lack of color in her face shows she's not as confident as she'd like to appear.
Well, he did.
Then I'll have to persuade him he's wrong. By getting results, for example, I say, as if her remarks boosted my determination. She pinches her lips and she advises me.
Think about my proposal. It doesn't pay to be the hero. It's only a matter of days. Eventually, everyone's going to join our project.
We'll see about that. Chapter 5. An hour after Carla's departure, I'm still boiling at what Ian said about me, so when he calls and asks to see me, my reception is icy. Sorry, but I'm not interested in what you have to say. I may be penniless, but I'm tenacious and win all my cases.
Because you intend to sue me? I'd love to hear why.
His provocative, detached tone annoys me no end. You'll find out soon enough.
I'm eager to learn what may have ignited this fresh burst of hostilities, but it can wait.
He hangs up and I plunge back into my work, asking myself if there's more at stake than a mall or a golf course. Why are they so interested in these acquisitions? It takes me several minutes, though, to forget how mad I am at Ian and stop cursing him before being able to focus. I'm now so determined to succeed that I put all my strength into the project, to the point I even forget to eat. My stomach rumbles, reminding me I haven't eaten anything since morning, so I head to Piccola Italia. I sit with a plate of linguine in front of me and let my thoughts wander. I can't wrap my mind around everything that's happened to me in the last few days. I never imagined coming to confront Solange would turn my life upside down. Not only did I meet Ian, but I overcame a few ghosts from the past by reconciling with Simon and my hometown to a degree. I smile at how differently I see things now. It's no longer a town I wish to get away from, but a place that feels like home. I finish my delicious dish and approach the counter to pay when Rosa comes out of the kitchen and spots me. She hugs me warmly.
I heard about what you're trying to do for Simon and the others.
No surprise there. Rosa knows everything before anyone else. People old and young confide in her. She earned their trust and she has good advice. I know that firsthand since she helped us more than once getting out of trouble. Trying being the operative word. I don't know if I'll succeed.
Of course you will. You've always been the most determined girl out there, and when you focus on something, you're able to accomplish miracles.
She pats my shoulder affectionately.
That's something I'm looking forward to.
Ian says, approaching us, and I instinctively back off. Rosa smiles at him.
I'll leave you two alone. Love doesn't need a third wheel.
We're not a couple. Rosa winks at me.
I know, honey, but you have such chemistry that you should give it a chance.
When hell freezes, I mumble, heading to the exit. Ian follows me out.
She's right. Everything started so well between us, why destroy it all because of a misunderstanding?
He maintained a straight tone. Unbelievable. Started well? Did we live the same story?
I was talking about our kiss. If I were to find out you weren't moved, I'd be very disappointed.
My body awakens to the tone of his voice, a surge of energy going through it. I'm furious at my reaction. I'm not stupid enough to give credit to the nonsense of men who hide another woman in their closet.
As I suggested yesterday, let me show you I'm someone you can trust.
The seething look I give him speaks volumes about what I think of that idea.
I see. Let's put aside our personal relationship and talk about the fact that I can help you reach your goal regarding Simon's case.
Is he for real? You told Carla I was a broke lawyer, searching to exploit the situation. He takes a step toward me but still keeps a certain distance. Good thinking.
Zoe, listen to me carefully because I won't repeat myself. Try to see things objectively, without letting your emotions cloud your reasoning. I didn't say anything of the sort, but it's not surprising Carla is doing her utmost to upset you. She'll do everything to win. So, do you want my help or not? Your call.
I take my keys out of my purse before turning to him with a smirk. Excuse me for not blindly believing in your good intentions. I've known you for 2 days, why would I trust you? He throws his hands in the air.
I told you, this isn't a story in which I inherit the role of the evil promoter who tries to destroy your dreams before rallying to your cause and allowing you to have your happy ending. I'm on the right side from the start, and you'd better accept it and capitalize on it.
I wrinkle my nose. Why? Why would you help me?
Good question. Maybe because I want a chance to kiss you again, and even more.
His words make butterflies dance in my stomach. What's with this man that makes me react in such an unusual way? Why do I want to believe him? Fortunately, I remember I'm here because I've already burnt my fingers once, and Carla is still around. So, if I kiss you, you'll stop bothering me? A glimmer of amusement shines in his eyes.
There's only one way to find out.
He immediately takes my face in his hands and leans over to softly caress my lips, and I don't object. As much as my mind wants to be mad at him, my body hasn't gotten the memo. I let out a sigh and I feel his smile on my lips.
I'm not ready to give up the idea of a more intimate relationship, entre nous. Not yet. That kiss has confirmed what I already knew. I want to help you so I can get to know you better and, of course, to sleep with you.
To sleep with me? That's the most outrageous thing I've ever heard.
I'm just being honest. Don't tell me you haven't thought about it.
He's lightly tugging at the sleeve of my shirt as he says this, rubbing the hem between his fingers. Even this light touch makes me breathless. I remember in time, before I kick him hard, that he has a particular sense of humor. He's teasing me. That said, I don't plan on letting him get away with this. Well, I'm not disposed to selling myself to achieve my goals, I say, reiterating my goals not only to him but to myself. I can't let him distract me with his games.
To selling yourself.
He shakes his head.
Lawyers and their big words. We can be adults, admit there's a particular chemistry between us, and explore this feeling to the end. Why is it such a bad thing that you want me?
I take a few seconds to answer as I plan my next move. All right. You've convinced me. If all you want is to make love with me. Excuse me, sleep with me. Let's do it. I'm not 15 and you don't intimidate me. I want to explore our connection as much as you do. He remains motionless and I turn to him, more annoyed than ever. What is it? You've already changed your mind? You were lying about Carla? Is she waiting for you at home?
No, I just expected a very different reaction.
I raise my eyebrow. Why? Should I pretend I don't want you? That your proposal put me off? It does, in a way. I can't believe you just said that, but it doesn't scare me to admit how I feel. It's only sex after all. I don't have to justify my actions by telling myself I'll spend the rest of my life with you. He raises my chin to stroke my lower lip with his thumb.
Except I don't just want to sleep with you, I want to make love with you. Are you still interested?
Even though a voice warns me he's in all likelihood used this line 1,000 times, my breathing becomes shallow, and when his fingers trace the outline of my clavicle, I wobble. He holds me closer and whispers in my ear.
What do you say we bury the hatchet and you hear my proposal? Because even though persuading you to make love with me remains a priority, it's not my sole reason for wanting to help you.
I'm barely able to nod my acquiescence. He reaches for my hand.
Come with me. We'll talk about it at home.
I follow him, curious about what he has in mind. We arrive at his home soon after, and this time, he properly plays his role as host. He offers me something to drink, and I choose white wine, hoping it won't alter my faculties too much. He sits across from me on the sofa but doesn't say a word for a few long minutes. Usually, I can play the silence game very well. It's one of the weapons I use to fight for my clients. Most people don't handle silence well and start talking if you stay silent long enough. Right now, though, I'm the weak link. I break down and speak first. I thought you wanted to talk to me. He leans closer to me.
I do, but I'm waiting to see if you have anything to say.
Like what?
Like reiterating that you want to sleep with me, for example.
He takes a strand of my hair in his fingers and tugs me closer. I ignore the images that invade my mind and keep my voice steady. That can wait. It's too bad for you, but my curiosity prompts me to want, above all, to find out what you have to suggest about Simon.
Are you sure we can't take time to explore our desires before venturing into the professional field?
The way he says desires makes me shiver, and I crave to watch him lose that calm and measured air. Who knows? Your proposal could trigger a devouring passion in me. I adopt a provocative tone which in my ears sounds rather ridiculous. He laughs, pulling his hand away, and sits more comfortably on the sofa.
Well, if I can't tempt you otherwise, let's try this method. To summarize in a few words, you and I should team up to thwart the plans of my family, as well as those of Carla.
If we thwart the plans of the Redford group, won't we achieve the same with her plans?
I meant her personal plans.
I grimace. Just to clarify things, do you want to stop Carla from hovering around you, or do you hope to make her jealous so you can have the power in your relationship?
Keep her from hovering around me. She doesn't seem to understand we aren't dating, and my father encourages her. I was never interested in her, and I'm losing patience. I went out with her 3 times, and each time it was because she'd claimed to need my help in making progress with a business case. I've never been her boyfriend, and I have no wish to become her boyfriend.
Yet you seem very close. I hear the jealousy in my voice. Let's hope he can't hear it. Tough luck.
See? That's why you'd be perfect. You're already jealous. She'll totally believe in our relationship.
I'm not jealous. He reaches out and draws me to him. I make a feeble attempt to get away, but he takes the glass from my hands and pivots me around.
If you're not jealous, then you pretend very well, and that's enough for me. To be frank, I'd like you to be jealous because when I saw you with Simon, I was.
His words make me melt. So frustrating.
Do I have any reason to be jealous? Will he be an obstacle?
No, I murmur despite myself, and he seems satisfied with my answer.
So, are you ready to assume the role of the girlfriend I'm madly in love with?
It's so cliché, even more than your story of a bad promoter.
Yes, but so much fun too.
The glint of excitement in his eyes tells me he is enjoying the situation, and I can't deny it would give me a lot of satisfaction to play Carla for a fool. The problem is, she isn't.
By the way, if you wish to avoid clichés, it's up to you to remedy it.
And I bet you already have an idea how I could achieve that. I pout and he winks at me.
Guilty as charged. Isn't it always the heroine who takes her time before making love with her so-called boyfriend? That's a cliché on which we can act without further delay.
He leans in and I close my eyes, reopening them when he chuckles. He taps my nose with the tip of his finger and my face catches fire.
No. No dangerous games before you agree to my plan.
I thought it would be your currency of persuasion, I mock him, irritated at the back and forth. He laughs openly.
I'm confident I can convince you without using tricks.
So, when you kissed me an hour ago, it wasn't perhaps to influence me?
It wasn't, I swear. It was simply because I couldn't resist. I wasn't planning on seducing you, so you agree to cooperate with me. Besides, if we decide to work together, we'll have to put strict rules in place regarding our relationship.
Really?
Absolutely.
He moves closer and cups my face, brushing my hair away.
I won't be able to do this anymore.
He says softly before laying a light kiss on my lips. He scatters little kisses on my neck. Then I don't know if it's a good idea, I somehow manage to utter. He holds his breath and I gently press my lips to his. He answers with fervor, and once again it's as if I'd been thirsting for this kiss for an eternity. But when I wander my hands under his shirt, he stops me. He stops me.
I need you to give me an answer while you still have a clear mind.
I agree, I say, lost in the moment. Right after, I snap out of it and move away. It's quite presumptuous of you to assume that kissing me will prevent me from having a clear mind, don't you think?
I don't care to take any risks, and now you've accepted my proposal, I agree with you. It's not a good idea to make love.
I should be mortified, or rather, beside myself, because he rejected me after he did everything to make me succumb, but oddly enough, I'm not. I burst out laughing. Is that how you change clichés? By being the one who refuses to sleep with me?
Oh, I hadn't thought about that. But it may not be a bad thing. I enjoy being the one with a little restraint.
I gently tap his arm. You didn't dare say that. Didn't you just say you could resist me? Don't you know you should say you can't help thinking of me? That you dream of having me naked in your arms? His eyes darken, and I'm pleased to notice my words have an effect on him. So much the better. It will teach him to wear the wise guy costume. I lean forward, my voice a whisper. I'm aware you're trying to behave professionally and I appreciate that, but I keep playing in my mind our first kiss. You know, when you slipped your hands.
Does this answer your question?
He asks, lying me down on the sofa and wrapping me in a passionate kiss. When he draws a path to my chest, I push him firmly and get up in the hope of maintaining some semblance of dignity. Stop confusing me. Mere minutes ago, you said you wanted to make love with me, then you said our relationship had to be strictly professional, and now you make my head spin with a kiss worthy of a romance novel. If you think playing with me will allow you to take control, you're sorely mistaken.
Actually, I was determined to keep my promise, but seeing your desire to break the rules, I thought I could postpone the beginning of our professional relationship until later.
I hold my chin high. I was only aiming to prove you're not as indifferent as you act to be.
Yes, I got that, but I found your little game rather interesting. And I never said I was indifferent, just that it would be better for our relationship and for our mission to remain professional.
A man who refuses to sleep with a woman he says he likes. Interesting. Except I don't trust your attitude.
If you're looking for hidden motives, you're wasting your time. I've told you everything, except one thing, but for that, it's better to wait.
My stomach tightens. What is it? I don't like surprises.
You'll know at the right time. There's no reason to worry.
Telling me not to worry has the opposite effect. Why don't people get that once and for all?
I can see that, but I'm not sure you're ready to hear it. If you insist, though.
Suddenly I'm scared. I don't want to know. Nothing good can result from such a confession, so with a shift in tone I say, Well, let's say I put aside my doubts for now. You can keep your secret. What's the next step in your plan? He stretches his legs and touches mine.
Next step, you come and live with me as soon as possible.
I jump from the couch like a spring. What? Out of the question. He keeps his tone even.
It wouldn't make sense to let my girlfriend sleep in the hotel when I own a house here.
A valid argument, but I don't like to sleep at other people's places. I pace back and forth until he holds his hand out and pulls me to him.
You won't be sleeping at other people's places, but at the place of the man you're in love with. Carla will never fall for our story, and my family even less so, if you don't live with me.
Merely out of curiosity, do your romantic comedy cliches go as far as sleeping in the same room? He flashes me a mischievous smile that reminds me of a teenager mulling over whether it's worth disobeying his parents for a night of fun.
I'd like to take advantage of the situation, but I doubt I'd be able to just sleep with you. I'll prepare the guest room so there will be less temptation.
That's so nice of you. Anything else?
It would be good to show me complete devotion. You smile when I talk, you look at me with adoration.
I make a movement to get up and reach for my bag, pretending I'm about to leave, but he's quicker than me and he catches my hand before I have time to move away.
Not so fast. I can be less demanding. I can be satisfied with an occasional kiss and a few words of admiration.
Oh yeah? And what will you do on your side to be credible?
I haven't thought about it yet, but I'm sure I can come up with something.
He caresses my cheek before peppering kisses in the hollow of my neck.
I'm good at improvising. I'll get by fine. What's your verdict?
I have no doubt. I murmur, lulled by his hand stroking my arm. And how do we explain that I've stayed at the hotel so far? He makes a show of stroking his chin and closing his eyes like he's deep in thought.
Lovers quarrel. Our lively exchanges in front of Simon and Carla will play in our favor. I guess you haven't told Simon much about our relationship, and I haven't told Carla either, so they should believe that version. Bottom line, you realized you couldn't live without me, so I forgave you and let you come back.
He doesn't even pretend to joke. His tone is deadly solemn. Are you serious? You want to paint me as the one responsible for our dispute?
It will be complicated to persuade Carla that it was my fault, don't you agree?
Seeing his impish grin, I decide to play the game. When will I ever learn? If that's the case, you'll owe me a lot more than just help with Simon's case. I'm hoping to be paid back one day.
I can't wait to find out how, since I'm ready to grant you all your wishes.
Oh, you are talented. I heave a sigh. He has a frustrating ability of making sure I fall into each of his traps. His satisfied smile makes me wonder what sort of trouble I've gotten myself into. Although I keep reminding myself that I shouldn't succumb to his charms, I sense deep down it's already too late. And what am I supposed to have done? I ask, struggling to camouflage my true state of mind. He twirls a strand of my hair.
I haven't decided yet, but you'll know soon enough.
I'm not afraid.
Perhaps you should be.
His husky tone does wonders for my body that comes to life and begs to get closer to him. Why do we flirt when we've decided our relationship won't go any further? And above all, why am I flirting when I'm aware of the danger? Keep in mind that I don't trust you entirely. I'll remain vigilant, I repeat, not making any attempt to move away.
I wasn't expecting anything less.
His tone changes from teasing to more serious.
Do you want us to get your things tonight? I can see you're tired, so we can discuss the details tomorrow.
I give it some thought, but in the end, I decline his offer. He takes me back to the hotel, and before leaving, he says,
I can't wait to live with you. I think we'll both be surprised.
No doubt about that. The question is if it will be in a good way. Chapter 6. I go up to my room, my head on the verge of explosion. I rarely lose control of things, but it seems that's what happens to me whenever I'm with Ian. I'm not so hypocritical as to deny I accepted his proposal, in part because I'm attracted to him. I sleep rather well, as one does when a pleasant thing awaits the next day. I wake up with a smile and order breakfast in my room. The smile is still there when Ian calls around 10 a.m. His call doesn't stress me. On the contrary, I yearn to see where this whole arrangement will take us.
Good morning. What time should I pick you up? I imagine you should check out soon.
I'm giddy at his voice and the prospect of living with him. Good morning to you too. You don't have to pick me up. I'll take my car. I can be there in about an hour.
What kind of boyfriend would I be if I left you to manage alone?
His amusement comes through the phone. I lean on the balcony rail, taking the view of the lake in. Is that part of the role?
We shouldn't neglect any detail.
You're right. So then yes. Do your duty as a boyfriend. You can't expect me to carry my bags to your house by myself. The least you can do is to be chivalrous. He's laughing as I hang up. I wish he'd say coming to pick me up wasn't part of his role. I exhale. Am I making a mistake? Things are moving so fast that I can't help but worry. I shake the negative thoughts away and gather my meager belongings. Since I'm staying here longer, I'll have to go shopping. When Ian knocks, I open the door to find him smiling at me. His eyes heat as he looks me up and down. Our eyes meet, and after a few seconds of silence, I break the spell in the hopes of hiding how handsome I find him, and how his athletic figure invites me to lean into him and run my hands through. Okay, you get the picture. Time for some less dangerous thoughts. You could have waited downstairs.
Certainly not. I need to see my girlfriend alone to say hello to her the proper way.
He comes closer and I step back, which makes him smile. It's too early for your idiotic games. Even though I love your idiotic games, I say inwardly.
It's never too early to kiss your girlfriend.
I cast a dirty look at him that doesn't seem to affect him at all. Maybe he hears my inner voice and knows I'm lying. It wouldn't be surprising. It's not like I do a good job of hiding my attraction to him.
Fine, there's another reason I wanted to see you alone. I have something to say to you, something that will bother you, so I'd rather be here to comfort you.
I wince and he hastens to add.
It's not important, trust me.
His words don't reassure me, so I continue to stare at him, imagining the worst.
Carla has already used her relationships to get an article published, portraying you as someone who doesn't want the region to prosper, and who's seeking to make a name by sabotaging her own hometown.
My eyes open wide. You're kidding.
I'm sorry.
He puts a comforting hand in my shoulder. Can I read it? He nods reluctantly.
You can do it later, and don't fret over it. She's not the only one with contacts.
He's right, I can't change anything. What's done is done. I follow his advice and wait for all of 2 minutes before I rush to my tablet. There it is in its entire splendor, and worse, it's published in a regional newspaper, which means it will have the local pull Carla was clearly hoping for. According to the article, I am more or less the ambitious go-getter who has failed to make it to the top, and who has decided to take her hometown hostage by preventing people from living a better life. Yes, we can agree I'm far from resembling a romantic comedy heroine, I say, putting my tablet aside, disgusted. Ian comes over and, laughing, places a kiss on my hair.
You are a heroine in my eyes. I told you not to worry. It's just an article.
A bubbly sensation fills my heart. An article that will be shared by everyone and can cause problems for my firm. He cups my face with his hand.
Zoe, don't pay any attention to this article. What you are doing here is no different from your everyday work. Your reputation is established. Those who come to you count on you, and they'll know the truth.
Let's hope so. I lean into his chest, enjoying his scent and his arms around me. Once home, he suggests he go get my car from the parking lot where I left it yesterday. During his absence, I get settled. That this is Solange's old house gives me a strange feeling, but since I'd never visited it and Ian told me he changed everything to match his personal tastes, I see his imprint everywhere and feel at ease. However, the irony of the situation doesn't escape me. On his return, he shows me the guest room, which is spacious and decorated with warm colors in chocolate, green, and orange shades. I compliment him. My friend Amy will love you. I mean, she'd love you if she ever had the chance to meet you.
Which I hope will happen soon. Meeting your friends should be a priority.
He's busy in the kitchen, and it requires great effort to take my eyes off him as he leans against the door. We won't get that far, I protest without much conviction.
That far. Meeting your friends isn't going far, it's a logical step for our coupledom. For now, once you're settled, come and meet me in the living room to start working on Simon's problem and look for solutions.
The moment he leaves the room, I fall on the bed sighing. What was I thinking getting close to him? I get up and make myself busy to forget my doubts. I join him 5 minutes later.
Do you need to go shopping?
He inquires when I ask him if I could wash my things. Yes. I was prepared for 3 days at the most, but now I don't know what to do. Is it better to pop over to my house, or is this the perfect excuse to renew my wardrobe? I wiggle my eyebrows. He chuckles.
Why don't you start by doing a little shopping and then ask your friends to come and bring you some clothes? That would be the perfect opportunity to meet them, and it will silence all those who may be having doubts about us.
I turn to face him. Are you talking about Carla?
Not only her. Appearing together and united so that my family understands things will get complicated for them seems like a good idea.
He takes my hand into his, stroking my palm. I struggle to gather my thoughts. You haven't explained to me why having you at my side would be an asset. Since you aren't on good terms with your family, won't they take it as a challenge and fight you?
They probably will at the beginning, but they all know better than to underestimate me. I will make a much better opponent than you.
Hey. I snap his hand away. He smiles.
I don't doubt your abilities, but in this case, I'm your best asset. You'd better believe me.
I believe you, but I still feel like you're hiding something from me. I'm afraid I'll kick myself for trusting you.
I'm not hiding anything from you.
The sincerity in his voice makes me sway, but in my job, I've seen more than one person regret trusting someone. My instinct doesn't let me savor our good understanding. We spend the next 2 hours discussing the project, and he did not lie. He truly finds my ideas perfect. He's honest and helpful. A real asset to my plans.
I'm convinced we can persuade the farmers of its value. We need a solid case, a case clearly showing what awaits them. And above all, we must play the honesty card.
He stands up and heads to the kitchen.
This is how we can beat my family, because their method always consists of highlighting the advantages their investments bring, without ever mentioning the risks involved.
I agree, and being familiar with the people living here, they'll be hesitant in buying into everything Carla tells them. However, Simon gave me a list. He noted the names of those who are ready to sell, and those who are determined to help her sway those who are reluctant to do so. I'm afraid they'll be precious allies for Carla.
Let me guess, they want to persuade those who hesitate because if their neighbor doesn't sell, the sale falls through for them too.
He says as he joins me on the couch. I take a sip of the cup of tea he holds out to me. According to Simon, Carla even offered them a substantial bonus if they win over their neighbors. For their villa project, they need extensive fields with no farms stacked in the middle.
Then let's go and see them. Let's try to explain our point of view.
That's what I meant to do today with the help of Simon and Becky. The sooner we meet with them, the better. We also could stop at farms that aren't part of Carla's plan of action. They could get on board the circuit idea and thus become its ambassadors. Because, in my opinion, if their offer to buy the farms of Simon, Becky, and their neighbors doesn't succeed, they'll look farther.
And according to you, are there any chances they'll adhere to your idea?
I shrug. I hope so. Although the fact is that Carla offers considerable sums, which doesn't work in our favor and can turn many heads.
True, but this money is temporary and will benefit very few of them. The rest will face the same problems shortly afterward.
I spring to my feet and start pacing. That's precisely what worries me. But as Mason told me, not everyone has the same needs and imperatives. Among those who want to sell, there is, for example, a person old enough not to be concerned about the distant future. I talk with my hands, as the girls say. There's a couple with toddlers who have difficulty imagining a bright future. They're already struggling to get by. There is also a young man who oscillates between the desire to build something and the fear of never achieving his goals. I stop pacing and fall onto the couch again. Not to mention that women don't rush to marry farmers, I say, reading Simon's list and notes. Ian doesn't seem afraid of the task. He gives me a reassuring smile.
Good. The more we know about them, the better.
The doorbell interrupts us. Ian heads to the door. When I recognize Carla's voice, I straighten up and glance at my reflection in the mirror opposite me.
Hello, darling.
Good morning, Carla.
Ian greets her.
Your visit is badly timed. I was about to leave.
Honey, listen to me. This woman.
She stops short upon seeing me and widens her eyes.
Ian, what is she doing here?
His expression remains impassive.
Zoe will live with me during her stay in town.
With you? What kind of game are you playing?
She pushes her way into the room. Ian closes the door and turns to her with the same calm expression.
There is no game. Zoe and I decided we had no reason to fight, so she came to stay with me like we'd planned before things went awry. After all, she came here for me, and I'm glad she did. We don't want to be apart anymore.
His calm voice doesn't placate Carla, who cries out.
Living together. But why would you do such a thing? I thought you hated her.
He lifts an eyebrow.
Hate her. I'm crazy about her. If I'm not mistaken, you said yourself there were sparks between us, right?
She huffs.
I never said such a thing. I said I thought you were going to set a fire, that the tension was palpable between you.
I can't say you're wrong. That's what happens when there is passion between two people.
His playful tone tells me that he is enjoying the whole conversation.
You've only known her for a few days. You're doing this to punish me, aren't you?
To punish her? What happened between them? Is that what he wanted to talk to me about? It's just as well I didn't insist.
Carla, you know nothing about my relationship with Zoe, and I have no intention of going into details. It doesn't concern you at all. You know as well as I do we never were in a relationship, something I've tried explaining to you on numerous occasions, but which you seem incapable of understanding.
Oh, I see.
Her smile returns in strength as she approaches him. She touches his face, and I hardly restrain the urge to smack her hand away.
Listen, darling. I realize you haven't forgiven me for what happened, but I'm telling the truth. I didn't mean to harm you. You don't have to go so far as to pretend to be in love with her.
He steps back, sneaks a look at me and says,
Carla, I'm not pretending, I am in love with Zoe.
His words, although not true, send an electric wave throughout my body. I approach him, and he puts his hand on my back. I lean into his touch, feeling for the first time since I met him that maybe I can trust him. Carla watches us for a few moments and then says,
I don't believe for a second you two are together, and you can count on me finding out what's really going on here.
Did you want to see me for a specific reason?
Ian maintains his even tone, and his disaffectedness at Carla's threats incenses her, though she tries to hide it. Her clenched jaw says otherwise.
I wanted to inform you that tomorrow evening I planned a small meeting in the town hall where I'll explain our project, and I was hoping you'd be by my side.
We'll be there. I hold her gaze, refusing to be intimidated. It goes without saying we'll be there, even if I'm not invited. Somebody must impede her plans. She looks at me with a smug smile.
Then I'll be happy to show you that you have no chance of winning against me.
She walks away without giving me the opportunity to answer. I'd like to forget her visit and get back to our plans, but Ian looks worried.
She acts as quickly as possible in order to short-circuit your plan so as to not give you enough time to tie it well. But I have an ace up my sleeve.
What do you mean? I look up to meet his gaze.
During my studies, I worked on a few company projects. I have a tendency to involve myself in everything, so I've compiled a lot of files about the results of projects undertaken a few years ago. One thing is clear, most didn't have the result the municipalities expected. So if we have to counter their plans, we have ammunition.
I frown. I'm glad to hear that, but we don't have time to study these files now.
You're right. We'll do it tonight.
We resume our work, and I do my best to ignore the pressure I feel, now more than ever. Chapter 7. We set off right away, and Becky and Simon do the same on their side. We've only just arrived at Mr. Jordan's when he sets the tone.
You should be ashamed, young woman. I knew your parents and they love this land. They'd never agree with what you're doing.
I also love this region. That's why I'm against the idea of it being sold to the highest bidder, I retort, not in the least impressed by his attack.
I don't see how trying to make a name for yourself by using us will help the locals.
Is he for real? Does he truly believe I'm trying to make a name for myself? The good thing is that when I know something isn't true, the accusations are water off a duck's back, and I don't lose sleep over them, nor do I lose my confidence. Oh, really? Explain to me how selling your land to build luxury estates will help them. You want to take the money and it's your right, but don't give me morality lessons. You want to live your last years with no financial problems, fine, but the prosperity of the region is at stake if you do. He chuckles as he beckons us to get inside.
You've always been too outspoken for your own good. Come in. Let's at least speak out of the sun.
Ian's eyes widen at our exchange, but Mr. Jordan and I go way back. My father was his accountant for years. He can accuse me of evil, but what he detests more than anything are people who are afraid of him. He points to the sofa in his tidy, cozy living room and asks in a gruff tone.
So what do you want from me?
He stares at Ian.
If you can cope with her, so much the better for you, because speaking from experience, the work never ends with her.
His words have a bittersweet effect on me. The memory of my mother complaining I was a handful resurfaces. People told her that all the time. I also remember how my dad told me I might make a difference to the world, precisely because I was a handful. Despite his gruffness, Mr. Jordan felt the same, and his comment was more a compliment than an accusation. That's what he likes about me, I respond with a wink. Mr. Jordan lets out a booming laugh as he heads to the kitchen to fetch a pitcher of lemonade.
Freshly done this morning,
He says, serving us. He sits in the armchair opposite the sofa.
So everything written about you in the article is lies. Things are going well for you.
I raise my glass toward him and take a sip before answering. Probably not according to your criteria, but yes, everything's fine.
My criteria. I've worked this land for 50 years, and what have I earned?
His disabused tone doesn't fool me. A farmer's life is hard, but there are rewards as well. And Mr. Jordan knew how to reap them. A life well lived, I say. Most people can't say the same. Do you think I don't understand how tired you are? But if you're still working at 75, it must be because you like it. You don't need the money. You're a savvy businessman when it comes to your finances. You've managed your capital well. So what's the real reason you want to sell? You don't like to travel. You don't want to live anywhere else. Is it for your children, to show them you didn't do all that for nothing? Ian meets my gaze and I read in it that he finds me too confrontational, but it's the only way to deal with Mr. Jordan. You have to stand your ground.
What if it is? You all left. 3 sons and none of them wanted to stay. As if working the land has no value. One of them is a great lawyer like you, except well. He actually earns money.
A fleeting smile plays on his lips.
The other became a doctor, married a wealthy woman, and rubbed shoulders with the high society. As for the third, he prefers to serve cocktails in a different place every 6 months. They come once a year, stay 2 hours and decamp, persuaded that once I'm no more of this world, this land will be useless. By selling it, I play in their league.
Ian squeezes my hand, sensing I'm ready to fire up. He assumes I take it as a personal attack, but I don't back down. Except you forget one thing. They left because there was something they loved more than this land. I also left, Mr. Jordan, but I respect the people here, I respect your work. He lets out a weary sigh.
Don't lie to me, Zoe. I remember what your father used to tell me. You couldn't wait to get away.
I jump up from the couch because this time I do take it personally. Because I aspired to go to college. Am I supposed to apologize for wanting to follow my dreams? I move to the big French door overlooking the garden. But you forget that while your sons and I left, others stayed. Simon and Becky. Theo, Billy, and George, and they're all fighting for their land or that of their parents.
I don't forget that.
He says with a contrite air.
But there's no future here. Those of you who took to your heels were right. It's criminal to give people false hope.
Mr. Jordan, I say, walking toward him and taking his hand. I promise you. These aren't false hopes. People can still have a future here if we all act together. New housing estates for whom? If the region dies, who will want to come and settle here? What opportunities will a new shopping center offer? I move back to the sofa. They will offer underpaid jobs selling everything one can find everywhere else. I make more than half of my purchases online, and it will get worse with time. What we can sell is our region. The lakes, the hills. I gesture outside where we can glimpse the lake. Yes. It's still underdeveloped, but that's also what gives it its charm. A virgin nature. You know every nook and cranny around here. Don't you think it can be revived? We all rest silent for a few seconds, lost in our thoughts.
Mr. Jordan,
Ian intervenes.
I'm familiar with the tactics of the people who supposedly want to develop the territory. Their only goal is to earn money.
He stares at him with a smirk.
And what is your goal, young man?
Ian speaks in a calm, steady voice. Kudos to him for not taking the bait. I'd have run with it.
I believe in sustainable development. I expect once the zone is positioned in the tourist circuit, companies will establish themselves here. Young people will come back to live here.
Ian searches for my hand, and his warmth comforts me. Mr. Jordan takes his time before answering.
You are a good fit for each other, but I need to ponder over it. I don't have all my life ahead of me to afford mistakes.
You can rent out your farm, I suggest. His shoulders slump, and a wave of tenderness sweeps over me. This man has worked hard, and if he sells, it won't be because he doesn't love his land, it'll be because he doesn't see another option. His answer confirms my thoughts.
You think I haven't tried? I'd like nothing more than passing on my knowledge, but nobody is interested.
I give him a full smile to show I have faith in what I'm saying. But if our operation comes to life and we bring out its potential, I guarantee you'll get so many offers you won't know what to do with them.
You could sell ice to the Inuits.
He grumbles, but I'm confident he's going to give it some serious thought. I also sense this is all we can expect from him for now. We all stand, and I lean over to kiss him on the cheek.
I'll see you tomorrow evening. I've heard there'll be caviar,
he says as he accompanies us outside. I laugh at his sarcastic tone. I wouldn't be surprised if it were true, though. Ian doesn't talk much as we head to the next farm. Already discouraged? I ask as we pass through meadows with wildflowers, small streams, and gorgeous mountain and lake backdrops.
Quite the contrary. I've never seen you in action. I'm impressed.
His words warm my heart. I don't run after others' approval usually. I never did, not even when I was a child, but for some reason Ian's approval matters. Our lucky streak continues when we meet with Marla and Joseph Heaton. Being well known to everyone can sometimes be a handicap, and I'm not sure they ever liked me. I recall the time Mrs. Heaton thought I was a nuisance for protesting the sale of the old mill that belonged to her family. She thought it was a useless asset. I thought the town should restore it, and we won. She never forgave me for that.
Zoe Woods. Still stirring up problems after all these years. I always admired your mother for keeping you out of trouble.
Mrs. Heaton says by way of a greeting. Oh, you know, it hasn't always been the case. I adopt a light tone.
When you're right, you're right.
She mutters. She beckons us to enter. Unsurprisingly, her husband, a sturdy man whose hair has gone completely white and who never smiles, doesn't hold back. Farmers of the older generation have a strong character, and they don't handle others with kid gloves when they want their voices to be heard.
It's out of the question we turn down their offer.
He announces before we even sit down.
You may have arguments, but I've waited a long time to retire, and I intend to take it easy in a warmer climate and environment.
In that case, why not sell to a young farmer?
Ian asks. He scoffs.
Who can offer me such a price? I'm not an idiot. I'm aware of my land's worth, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
I bite my lip to avoid saying something I'll regret. So, the possibility such a sum could be concealing obscure motives doesn't bother you? I ask him. His face reddens.
Listen, you two. Spare me your lessons. I can't grasp why they're willing to pay so much. There are rumors of new housing estates, recreational parks, golf courses.
He stops to take a breath, and I see the wheels turn while reflecting on his next words.
None of that seems like a good idea. Seems like a money pit, truth be told. But that's not my problem. If my check allows me to retire and have no worries till my days come to an end, that's fine with me. Because if I expect to live on my meager pension, I'd better leave this world right away.
Knowing them both, I doubt our arguments will affect their decision, so I don't waste any more time. I just hope they won't influence other people while we seek a viable solution for everyone. As we walk out, I stop and touch Ian's sleeve. Ian, we should focus on why your family is prepared to pay such large amounts. Ever since I learned how much they offered Simon, I've wondered what's motivating them to invest all that money in a dying region. Mr. Heaton is right. It will take years for the mall to make profits, if it ever happens. Ian nods and I resume as he opens the door of the car for me and I buckle my belt. Other shopping centers have opened in more populated touristy areas, and nonetheless, they've all been deserted after a few years. Building luxury houses in a region where the population is dwindling makes no sense. Is there something we're missing? He drums his hand on the steering wheel.
We can't rule that out. Whenever the company has embarked on an operation of this magnitude, it was because they anticipated making substantial profits, but I couldn't get more information from Carla.
Then we have to use other means. He gives me a side glance.
Go ahead.
In my firm, I work with someone particularly good at discovering well-kept secrets. I can ask her to do some research on the Redford Group. His jaw tenses as he considers my words.
I doubt she'll find anything. If there's one thing my family knows how to do, it's cover up their shady activities.
Be that as it may, I won't wait for Carla to make a false step. At the earliest opportunity, I'll call Lindsay and ask her to find out what is enticing the Redford Group into investing in the region. Our third stop is a young couple's farm. The meeting unfolds a bit better, but only because the woman is under Ian's spell. As her husband is absent, she's the one explaining that since her parents-in-law died, they've been struggling to get by. The countryside no longer suits them, and selling their land will enable them to return to the city.
I'm sure you understand how I feel. Don't you?
She asks Ian, batting her eyelashes. I ignore her pathetic attempt at seduction and keep my tone even. But wouldn't you prefer to sell to another farmer?
Personally, I don't care who the buyer is. Why would it make any difference to me? My husband likes the country, and he'd prefer to sell to another farmer or not to sell at all, but I can't stand living here. Refusing such an offer is inconceivable. I thought we'd be homeowners and have others work for us, not that he'd be getting up at 5 in the morning every day of the year.
It is hard, I won't pretend otherwise. That said, I'd bet the minute the money is in their account, she'll knock on the door of a divorce attorney. The conversation goes nowhere and we bid her goodbye soon after, not without her phone number, which she insists on giving to Ian in case he has more questions. The rest of the day, we're far from idle. We visit a few more farms to introduce the circuit idea to the farmers. Once at home, we study the data Ian collected on activities the Redford Group launched in the past, so we can prepare solid arguments for the meeting with Carla the following evening. But there's another problem I must also resolve, explaining to my friends why I'm now living at Ian's. So, while he's getting ready for an appointment he refused to give me any details of, I call them.
Now I've seen everything. You agreed to live with a man who, you admit, makes you act crazy? You're in love. There's no shadow of a doubt.
Amy exclaims, sitting on her bed with a ton of magazines spread around her. She, as per usual, searches for decorative objects to use in her work. Stop imagining things. I can't be in love. I've only known him for a few days. However, I don't deny being attracted to him. I can't risk Ian hearing me, so I speak in a hushed tone. I wish I could better convey my indignation.
Oh please. You were attracted to Milo, and when he offered to spend the night with you, you made a fuss about it. You kept saying you couldn't stand the thought of him invading your space.
I'm not sleeping with him. I have my own room, I point out. Amy scoffs.
We'll see how long that lasts.
Allison, sitting on a stool in her kitchen with what seems to be a fresh-baked pie cooling in a tray, chuckles.
I'd consider it the best news of the year if you were in love with him. It's about time you fell in love, don't you agree?
Stop talking nonsense. I'm not in love, I repeat when my eyes fall on Ian, who winks at me. So much for being discreet. That's just what I needed, for Ian to witness my high school discussion with my girlfriends. I can't talk any longer, I say, but they're not fooled.
Is he there?
Amy asks, laughing.
Did he hear you?
No comment. Ian beckons to me to pass him the phone, which I do without thinking. It just proves how disturbed I am. I hear him say,
Hello, I'm Ian.
My mind wanders to the craziness of my life right now, and I've lost the thread of their conversation when his words bring me back to earth.
Yes, Zoe will need some of her things, and I'll be glad to meet you.
I wave my hands frantically to catch his eyes, but he ignores me and carries on.
You'll stay with us. There are guest rooms at your disposal.
I snatch the phone from his hands. Don't listen to him. I don't want you to come here.
Are you kidding? I need to get away one weekend, and we've never had the opportunity to visit the area. What better opportunity than this?
Amy rejoices.
See you soon.
She hangs up at the same time as Allison to avoid my thunder, so Ian gets it instead. That was a low blow. His smile doesn't waver in the slightest.
Don't overreact. There's nothing wrong with me meeting your friends, and I like the prospect of learning more about you.
He leans in to kiss me on the cheek before heading out. For my part, I reach Lindsay.
Hey Zoe, I was about to call you.
Her youthful and enthusiastic voice always makes me smile. Have you found something?
No, but I have some promising leads. I'm awaiting confirmation on one of them. Hopefully I'll get that tonight. I have some other information that may interest you though. It concerns Ian Redford.
Oh. I utter, unsure if I want to hear the rest. Fear of what I may learn makes my muscles tense. Lindsay's tone turns serious.
You were right. He's on bad terms with his family, but I'm not sure it's only because he didn't find his place within the company.
I'm listening. I chase away my reticence. It's better to have all the information and be able to face any bad news coming my way. That's what I'm doing every day. It shouldn't matter that my findings will pertain to Ian.
There was a problem with one of their projects a few years ago. Legal action was taken against the company because the materials used for the construction didn't meet standards, and it was a project Ian was supervising. The family suppressed the case, but had to part ways with him to limit the damage.
I thank Lindsay and fall back onto the couch, closing my eyes. I now understand his desire to make his family pay. A heavy feeling weighs on my heart. I'm sad for him, but I was right to be wary. He's seeking revenge, and the worst part is, he lied to me. Chapter 8. What to do now? Remain silent, profit from the fact he has insight into my opponent to help Simon and the others, or tell him everything and take the risk he drops our crusade. I avoid analyzing what worries me most, discovering he's not the person I was hoping for, a man with whom I could consider having a romantic relationship. I flirt with the idea of calling Lindsay back and asking her to dig deeper, but I give up because, after all, it's his right not to say anything. He doesn't owe me any explanation. Except you don't believe that, I tell myself an hour later when I realize I can no longer focus on my work. To resist the temptation of snooping more into what happened between him and his family, I set off to do some shopping. 2 hours later, I come home with a new skirt, 2 shirts, and a pair of pants. I put everything in my room and after making a tea, I call Becky. How did it go? I ask, my voice laced with worry. Becky's voice has a bounce.
Great. We were able to see almost all the people on our list, and we won several over when we revealed our design. Almost everyone wants to improve their offer to win a place on the circuit. They even offered some ideas of their own to enrich the proposition.
Glad that something is moving in the right direction, I prepare a table comprising of an assessment of the foreseeable benefits, based on the results I obtained from the municipalities I contacted. I'm rather optimistic because I now have arguments to defend our strategy. I have no idea what time Ian made it home, but I wake up to the smell of breakfast cooking. He smiles when I drag myself into the kitchen and puts a plate of pancakes in front of me. I try to behave naturally. After spending a long time tossing and turning in bed, I decided to give him the benefit of the doubt and wait to find out more before condemning him. The truth is, I can't and don't want to even consider he did anything wrong.
How did you sleep?
He asks. Pretty good. His eyes roam my face, his forehead wrinkled. He doesn't challenge me though, he plays along.
I'm glad to hear it. What are your plans for this morning? I'll be absent for a while, but let's have lunch together and discuss tonight's meeting.
I nod as I put maple syrup on my pancakes. I received an estimation of the operation costs. It's a touch higher than I thought, so I'll need to come up with solutions to finance the campaign. The district is likely to fund half the cost if I can rely on my last conversation with Mason, but I doubt it will do more. He joins me at the table with his plate, and the whole scene seems so natural it hurts.
Contacting the media and talking about it would be a good idea.
The pancakes are fluffy and golden, and I take a bite, humming softly. I give him a thumbs up before asking, how will that help us obtain funding?
You never know. The press still has some power. Competent people could offer their services. Private funds may even be interested.
Yes. We can exclude nothing. We chat while eating the delicious pancakes, and I'm happy to start my day with a jot of optimism. The rest of the morning is calm and free of any bad news. When Ian calls to cancel our lunch, I'm not upset. I still have a lot of work to do, so I can be ready for tonight. I order something to eat and settle in the backyard with the birds chirping around me. Ian arrives late in the afternoon and helps me complete the file on the Redford group. When I ask him about his absence, he promises we'll talk about it later. I can't say I'm happy with this, but I'm determined to hold on to my resolution to trust him and be patient. Granted, it's not my best quality, but I'm doing a pretty good job if you ask me. Upon arrival at the town hall around 7 p.m., at least 100 people are already there, and Carla is putting on a show I fear will convince more than one person. A few minutes later, she explains with ease what the Redford group has accomplished previously. She insists on their know-how and the positive impact their projects have on people's lives. Apparently, she impressed the greater part of her audience, and the questions keep coming. There is no doubt she came prepared. She has an answer for everything, and I let her have her way. I could intervene and talk about the sore points, but this is an opportunity for me to learn as much as possible about their goals. In the end, I'm left wanting as she evades giving any concrete details. She doesn't reveal much, and yet she portrays an attractive picture of the venture, promising everyone a better future. I can understand the enthusiastic murmurs around me. I'm also well prepared, so once Carla has finished, I hurry to take the floor. My heart is beating wildly and my hands are trembling, but there's no way I'm going to let anyone down. Good evening. My name is Zoe Woods, and it's no longer a secret that I don't support the Redford project, and I have sound arguments to make.
Why would anyone listen to you? You left town and never came back again.
The voice is familiar, and no surprise, I spot Nigel Thornton smirking at me. Every time there was a fight when I was a teenager, he was the first to jump in. There is no love lost between us. Nigel. I didn't realize you'd abandoned your life as a dilettante to come and worry about the future of the region. To the outside observer, posing as an antagonist may not come off as smart, but if I allow Nigel the opportunity, he'll eat me alive. He may give the impression of being inoffensive with his wrinkled clothes and long hair, but he's smarter than he lets out, and I'm not one to underestimate him.
Zoe, still lovely and a pain in the neck.
His smirk widens, and I remember the countless times we clashed back in the day with a certain fondness. Why fix something that's not broken? Laughter fills the room. I take advantage of the general good mood to dive in. That's why you should give credit to my opinion, by the way, because I don't intend to take you for a ride. Yes, I was determined to leave. Many of you have reminded me of that these past few days. Too many, if I'm being honest. My words prompt a new wave of laughter. You aren't wrong, though. I did. I reached my goals, and I only got involved in this story because Simon asked for my help. But I'm an expert on the subject. It's my job to handle cases like Simon's, and I have good reason to tell you that selling to the Redford group won't bring you anything. So Nigel, if you let me talk, maybe we'll have that beer you offered me 10 years ago when I wasn't even old enough to drink. Everyone laughs, but I can count on Nigel not to back down without a fight.
Whenever you want, darling. Let's see if you still got it.
Having earned their attention, I project the calculations I made with Ian, and the majority of the crowd welcomes them with enthusiasm. The questions are sharp and justified. I do my best to give them clear and honest answers. I don't intend to lie to them. Their future won't change overnight, but I hope that won't be a factor of discouragement. However, after more than an hour of debate, we haven't made any progress. Discussions are lively, but there is no consensus. There is even an idea circulating, thanks to Carla no doubt, that the Redford Group's investment will attract other developers who will offer considerable sums of money to other farmers who will, in turn, see their futures secured. I debate my next move when Carla claps her hands.
Can I have your attention?
My stomach churns with anxiety. Everyone is silent, and she takes her time before speaking, knowing full well the effect silence has on people.
I admire the noble position of Miss Woods, but there's something she has forgotten to mention. I, for one, believe it's important you are informed about it. She forgot to mention that Ian Redford, who is so eager to support her plan of action, has his own agenda.
Voices rise, and I cast a worried glance at Ian. I cross my fingers. She isn't going to talk about what happened while he was working in the company. Though I'm not happy with him, I would hate to see him forced to justify himself in front of everyone. He seems serene, but all the same, his eyes darken. Carla's voice resounds again.
He's also a candidate to buy the lots the Redford Group is interested in. For him, it would be a boon if we withdrew our offers. He could thus propose a lower price. You don't believe me? Ask him. I bet he'll answer your questions better than me.
I'm speechless and turn to Ian, stupefied. How many disturbing things will I learn about him? As he heads for the podium, he whispers to me.
That isn't true, trust me.
My worry eases somewhat, but I'm not completely reassured. Carla wouldn't make such a statement if she didn't have an ace up her sleeve. Ian climbs onto the stage and motions to the crowd to let him talk. Silence ensues and his voice fills the space warm and confident.
Carla doesn't know the specifics, and she's wrong if she's under the impression I'm interested in buying your farms. Zoe and I are working to prevent the seizure of certain farms, and to propose an effective alternative for everyone. Yes, there is a possibility of another party being interested in acquiring certain properties, but only to allow them to stay in the circuit Zoe and others aim to set up.
And how can we be sure? Who's to say you two aren't scheming to buy our land at a lower price once your biggest opponent is out of the competition?
Nigel asks. I knew he wouldn't go away easily. Ian's calm tone doesn't flicker.
I give you my word, there's no question of luring you into selling at a lower price, and neither Zoe nor I are the buyers. We can't divulge all the details yet, but I promise you will know what this is all about soon.
I can hardly hear over the cacophony Ian's speech has stirred up. Carla's expression is triumphant. She reached her goal. Planting seeds of doubt. I'm upset with her, but more than anything, I'm upset with Ian. How can I earn people's trust if a new surprise awaits me at every corner? After having tried in vain to make himself heard, he gives up and comes to join me at the back of the room. I can't believe you put me in such a delicate position, I hiss.
Zoe, please don't draw hasty conclusions. Trust me.
Trust you. I struggle to keep my voice low. If you wanted me to trust you, you should have talked to me rather than present me with a fait accompli before the eyes of the whole town. For your information, I hate being taken for an idiot. He leans toward me and his breath caresses my neck, making my mind wander on other things. I almost miss his words.
It's an idea only at its inception, and I intended to speak to you about it once I had something concrete to say. Besides, I don't see what's bothering you. You wanted those who are tempted to sell to farmers, not to give up their land to housing estate builders, and that's what I'm striving to accomplish.
You didn't tell me about it, I hammer.
I was intending to do it tonight.
He repeats patiently. Even if I wanted to believe him, I can't. It's not the first time he's hidden something from me. My back and shoulders tense up, and I'm rubbing them when Simon approaches.
I'm sorry. It's because of me Carla had that information.
He says with a sheepish expression. I narrow my eyes at him. What are you talking about? He plays nervously with his keys.
It's my fault she knew about our plans with Ian. Carla told me how utopian our circuit idea was and how foolish it would be not to capitalize on her offer and sell, and I was yearning to show her I had another way out.
I still don't understand. Both Simon and Ian are aggravating me.
Ian came to see me yesterday and inquired if I or other folks living in the area would be interested in buying certain farms that are up for sale. He explained his idea of creating a cooperative and participative society. We'll need to borrow for the purchase of the farms, but I thought it was an interesting alternative that would allow us to counter Carla's agenda. If we can all get on the same page, it can work.
I shake my head, a tad skeptical. Simon, a co-op can be even harder to manage than a normal business.
Yes, Ian's lawyer, who's an expert on these kinds of companies, talked to us about the various pitfalls to avoid. Also, we're out of options. We need to make it work.
His tone sounds both hopeful and desperate, and I hate adding to his doubts, but I want him to go into this with his eyes open. And what are you going to do about the money? The banks are already causing you problems. How do you expect them to loan you the amount you'll need? He puts his keys in his pocket.
Ian contacted his bank and got us an appointment for Friday. The fact we're going in together will be more reassuring for them.
Okay. I have 1,000 questions and a crazy desire to shout at both of you, but I'll make an effort to calm down and understand what you're explaining to me. Ian smiles at me, not deterred by my tone.
We are here to answer your questions. Whether you believe it or not, I was planning on talking to you about it today.
Simon chimes in again.
Zoe, it's a simple idea, actually. We'll make an offer to buy the farms the owners are determined to sell, and then we'll manage them and include them in the tourist circuit. We'll have to negotiate the price, but if we persuade 1 or 2 farmers to sell to us rather than to Carla, her scheme falls through. Depending on the owner, we could either offer a fair price to buy their farm or pay a rent to manage it. We've calculated we could create at least 100 jobs, not counting those who'd choose to be a part of the company and the executive team. You're a lawyer, you can help to draft contracts that protect everyone. Can't you?
His optimistic tone gets me this time. Yeah, I can do that. I turn toward Ian. But what will your part be in all this? Simon hurries to respond.
Ian won't be involved in the future. His role is limited to putting us in touch with the right people and helping us get started.
My tense shoulders relax, hearing Ian didn't betray me. However, I still blame him for not telling me about it. Now Carla has undermined the trust people put in me, and I'm au fait with how the things work in this town. The rumors will be rolling along, and the truth will soon become just another rumor. I let out a shrill whistle, and all conversation jolts to a halt.
Well, what do you know? You're still capable of doing this,
Simon says, whilst Ian can't hide his smile. Climbing onto the closest chair, I address the room. I'm going to be frank with you, and so much the worse for those who won't like what I'm going to say. I'm met with silence, which doesn't bode well, but it doesn't weaken my determination to win them over. I'm leading a life I chose and I love. If you think it's easy, think again. But the difficulty only adds to my satisfaction. Because I'm doing a job I'm passionate about, as are most of you. Now that I have their full attention, I lower my voice. Being a farmer is above all a passion, and there are millions of people on earth who'd like to be passionate about their work. This should be true for everyone. Office workers, plant workers, nurses. It should be, but it isn't always the case because often we don't have the privilege to choose. We're forced to take a job that doesn't satisfy us just so we can get by. I sweep the room to gauge their reaction, and I notice that many nod appreciatively. That gives me a new impulse to persevere. So, as complicated as our idea is, it will allow you to continue doing the job you love. For those of you who want to retire or change your life, it will give you the opportunity to pass on your heritage and your knowledge to the new generation. I focus on Nigel, who makes the victory sign to me. Yes, I no longer live in Kensington. Nevertheless, it will always be my hometown. And having roots is what allows us to move forward and follow our dreams. So, even though I have gone away, I'd be heartbroken to see my childhood disfigured. I dare hope it's the same for you. Nobody interrupts me, so I go on. And as for my intentions and those of Ian, I won't reap any personal benefit from it, and Ian is doing his best to help you. Why? simply because he approves of this initiative and wants to support me. I do hope you'll put things in perspective and wait before you rush to sell and damage the beauty of our region by letting a developer build luxury residences between fields and orchards. I take a deep breath and brace for their reaction to my last words. You are at a crossroads and you have a choice. The choice of the head or that of the heart, and it's not a judgment but a reality. By abandoning your farms, you prevent your children and grandchildren from dreaming and having a future. Someone begins to applaud and other people join him. I meet Ian's gaze and he smiles at me. I don't smile back. I haven't the faintest idea of how I feel toward him right now. The meeting ends soon after, and seeing Carla glued to her phone looking worried gives me a glimmer of satisfaction. The war has only begun, but I sense I won the first battle. I'm still swaying between being understanding or mad at Ian when I wake up the next morning. To my great relief, I don't see him for most of the day because he has an appointment with Simon and other folks interested in his idea. Despite his absence, I find it difficult to concentrate, so when Carla arrives, I greet her almost civilly. Please come in. Can I offer you a cup of coffee? She nods and I head to the kitchen where she joins me. Ian isn't here, I say as I start the coffee machine.
Oh, is the honeymoon over already?
She asks in a syrupy voice. Not after the night we had, I retort, which erases her smug smile. Of course, she retaliates immediately.
Don't delude yourself for a moment that you'll be able to keep Ian. His father has plans for him, and they don't include an insignificant second-class lawyer.
It's tempting to throw my cup of tea at her, but I bet she'll be more mad if I stay cool. Are you here for a specific reason? Because if you came to remind me Ian would be better off with a woman like you, you're wasting your time. I'm not intimidated in the least. Her eyes wander around, taking in every detail of the kitchen and the living room. Hunting for clues to prove Ian and I aren't together? Would you like to see our bedroom? Her attention snaps back to me.
As I said the other day, I'm not convinced at all by your act. So yes, I was hoping to find out the reason for your alliance.
It's not my problem whether you're convinced or not. We fell in love the moment we met, and if I'm certain of one thing, it's that he's as crazy about me as I am about him.
Truer words were never spoken.
I didn't hear Ian come in, and I blush. The last thing I wanted was for him to witness my passionate tirade. He's wearing impeccably tailored pants, and the blue of his shirt brings out the color of his eyes. I find it hard to look away. He lays a feathered kiss on my lips.
Carla. How can I help you?
He asks in a detached voice. She's convinced you and I are hiding something, that you can't possibly be attracted to me. I make a mocking horror grimace. He fetches a glass of water and takes his time before saying,
Fancy that. And why would you suppose such a thing?
Carla pinches her lips. I take my eyes away from Ian and ask, because he didn't succumb to your charms?
Ian, I know you.
She says in a cajoling voice, ignoring me blatantly, her hand touching his arm.
I get why you're doing this. Instead of blaming me for what happened, team up with me. We've always worked well together.
Unlike you, Carla, I believe the best solution for the community is Zoe's project. Also, we never worked together.
His voice turns icy and his declaration intrigues me. What does he mean they didn't work together? Carla clearly doesn't like his reaction, so she switches tactics.
So, you told her the real reason for your conflict with your family?
His eyes harden, and just as he's about to speak, I jump in. I don't want him to say something she can use against him. Yes, he explained everything to me, and it doesn't change anything. We all have a past. We all make mistakes. It doesn't mean we're unable to change and move forward. Anything else? I barely refrain from snatching her cup of coffee and shoo her away. Ian's gaze bores into me and I fidget. Once Carla leaves, I'll have to explain myself, but for now, I take pleasure in seeing her lose her self-confidence. Now that she understands that her plan to bring havoc into our relationship hasn't borne fruit, she turns to me with a venomous smile.
You're confident you can handle the situation, aren't you? I assure you, you're going to run into trouble and be disappointed.
I don't answer her. She heads to the door, but not without a last jab.
Until next time. Something tells me you need to be alone for now.
I turn slowly toward Ian and I'm met with a coldness that startles me.
Did you investigate me?
He asks without preamble. Sorry? No. Of course not, I say with a pang of guilt.
Then your speech just now was pure coincidence. You weren't referring to anything concrete.
Should I? My gaze rests on his face, refusing to back down. If he wants to play this game, I can too.
My relationship with my family is none of your concern.
He turns away and opens his computer, dismissing me. I move and stand between him and the table where his computer lies. You should have thought about that before suggesting we team up and proclaim to everyone you were my boyfriend. I go into my room, slamming the door behind me. I'd love to leave the place, but I need him. I resolve to never again admit I'm attracted to him, that I crave to feel his hands on. Why? Why am I falling in love with such an idiot? Yes, I denied it a short time ago, but denying it doesn't make it less true. How else can I make sense of the fact that I've never wanted a man so badly that every time we kiss I turn to liquid? That I want to protect him and at the same time want him to protect me. I pace for several minutes, heart racing, then I drop onto my bed and bury my head under the pillow. I wish I could go back in time and change what just happened, but I can't put it out of my mind. Either I think of Ian taking me into his arms and kissing me, or the fact he's angry with me, although he's the one in the wrong. My actions aren't fueled by my nosiness. He hides things from me that would hurt my plans. I don't deserve his accusations. A knock on the door startles me. When I open it, he's standing before me with a blank expression on his face. Hard to read what he has in mind. He could portray the Sphinx well.
Would you have dinner with me? We need to talk.
I cross my arms and don't invite him inside. I thought I'd broken a rule that banished me from your kingdom.
Don't be insolent. You're not a child.
His language is harsh, but his lips twitch slightly before going back to a stern expression. Oh. Not only do you not intend to apologize, but you also call me a child.
Apologize? For what?
His earnest tone makes me stop and reflect. Am I being unfair? I shake that thought away. No. As long as he doesn't give me any explanation, I'm allowed to wonder. For hiding from me that you used me to get revenge on your family, for behaving like an idiot just now.
I don't think you have any interest in going there.
Why not? I'll go with my head held high. I never compromise my ideals and principles for money. A fleeting sadness veils his eyes, but I must have imagined it. Because when I look up at him again, his face is a mask and his gaze steel blue.
Yes, I bet nobody can measure up to you. You must be so lonely, perched high in your ivory tower.
I'm about to slam the door in his face when he adds.
We need to talk and move forward with the project. My family won't wait for us to solve our personal problems before they attack.
Fine. He hesitates a second with his hand stretched toward me before turning away and saying,
Be ready in 10 minutes.
No, can you be ready in 10 minutes? Does he figure his word is law? I want to show him I can be pretty tonight, and that I won't let a detail such as treating me like an enemy influence me and make me deviate from my goal. I push down the guilt that rises within me when I recall the harsh things I said to him. When I enter the living room, his gaze lingers on my pleated plaid miniskirt and my top with thin straps, which accentuates my bust.
You've decided to make me forget your behavior by dressing sexy?
His words cut deep. I deliberately dress like that, but my reasons are more profound. Only I can't tell him that. I'm not stupid to the point of admitting I have feelings for him. On top of that, since Carla left, I can't stop thinking there's more between them than he let on. She said he wanted to send her a message about their personal relationship, but I'm not sure that's all. However, I smooth any emotion from my face so I won't give away any of my thoughts. I follow him without a word, and shortly afterward, we settle at a table in one of the most popular restaurants in town. With its low lighting, the nicely spaced tables, and its beautiful view of the lake, it's inviting and elegant. I wonder whether he chose the place before or after our dispute. Did he intend for this to be a romantic evening? My heart beats faster, but an abrupt twinge of disappointment fills me when Simon, Becky, and Keith arrive, accompanied by 2 other men. Lucas and Jonathan are brothers, and they run a fruit processing business in the environs. While everyone put in their orders, I can't move past the thought that Ian never intended to be alone with me. Did he purposely let me believe the opposite? I'm caught in a muddle of anger, disappointment, and humiliation, but Simon addresses me, and I'm forced to set aside my grievances against Ian and participate in the conversation.
We have the experience. We can help.
Lucas affirms.
We were employees when we bought our company. The former owners wanted to sell, and we took the plunge with 3 other employees. We are conscious of the problems you may encounter, so we'll be happy to help save you time, money, and energy.
They talk about their first steps, the difficulties they've had to overcome, but also their success. Their enthusiasm warms my heart. When our dishes arrive, we forget about work to talk about other things. It's nice to focus on something else for a change. I even forget my problems with Ian as we recall our high school days. At the end of the meal, Simon proposes we continue the night with a drink at a pub, and I don't object. Ian ends up seated next to me. Every time someone moves, his thigh grazes mine, sending an electric current up my spine. I'm annoyed with myself for this reaction, especially since he doesn't seem the least bit affected by our proximity. I don't participate much in the conversation, and Simon notices. I'm just tired. I reassure him, stifling a fake yawn. He pats my shoulder affectionately.
That's understandable. I can't thank you enough for working on my case. I know you owe me nothing. I also know you talked with Marilyn again, but you're wasting your time. She's determined to exploit the situation and doesn't intend to make things easy for me.
At his praise tears well in my eyes, although maybe it has more to do with the contrast between his kindness and Ian's earlier roughness. Nothing is certain yet. I say, embarrassed by his praise. This is what I do day in, day out, and I'm not the only one to work on this task.
We all reckon there's a good chance of success in the long run. You showed us it's possible. It's up to us to fight from now on.
He's right.
Becky chimes in.
You gave us the boost we needed. You found an idea that can work. You've given us the data to build a solid case so we can convince others to follow us. Furthermore, we can now, with Ian's help, be on an equal footing with the Redford Group.
I lean back, my face moving to a grin. I'll stay a couple of days in case you need me, but I have faith in you about the future. I'm sure you're going to succeed. The most urgent thing is to stop the confiscation of Simon's farm. Once that is out of the way, you can organize things at your own pace. Simon nods.
If Ian's bank approves our application, they'll spread the payments and allow me to breathe. And if, later on, I need to include my farm in the co-op, I will. I just hope we can add a clause that will let me take the control back later. But for now, I'm ready to do whatever it takes to avoid the worst.
I smile reassuringly at him. That won't be a problem. There are ways to craft the contract so you can recover your farm.
Maybe I should do the same.
Becky says.
My due date is next month, and Marilyn isn't inclined to spread my loan.
I feel sorry for her, but at the same time, I rejoice they're all choosing to focus on the positives. This is my greatest satisfaction in my job, seeing people who were desperate when they knocked at my door regain confidence and fight against adversity and unscrupulous people. We all raise our glasses, drinking to the success of the operation. When the evening ends, Ian and I go home without exchanging a single word. Even if I wanted to fight with him, I'm too exhausted for it. I wish him good night and take refuge in my room. I fall on top of the bed and stare at the ceiling. My mind won't let me rest. Wanting to avoid Ian's presence doesn't mean I can avoid thinking about him. Our proximity at the pub left traces. I head to the kitchen for a glass of water. Loath to disturb him, I leave the light off and move carefully in the dark. Suddenly, I bump against him and let out a cry.
If you wanted to be in my arms, you could have just asked,
he says, putting his arms around my bare shoulders. I hold my breath. I'm about to retort that the last thing I sought was to be in his arms, but his hand caresses my back before traveling toward my chest, and what little composure I had abandons me. I'm at a loss on how to behave, and his low, gruff voice isn't helping.
You know what I'm dreaming about right now? Undressing you slowly and beginning to.
And then, the cold and accusatory glance he laid on me this afternoon is encrusted in my head, and before I can think better of it, I hear myself say, You know what I'm dreaming about? Knocking you out. I push my way out of his embrace and turn on the lights, making him utter a plaintive sound. I open the fridge and take out a bottle of water, holding it against my cheeks to bring down the temperature. If looks could kill, he'd stand no chance against mine. If you imagine you can ignore me, lash out at me, lie to me, and then flirt with me, you're more delusional than I thought. I don't wait for him to respond. I stomp to my room and throw myself on my bed, letting out a big sigh to release some of the frustration pent up from dealing with Ian in this day. The sensation of his hands on me lingers, and I groan with frustration. I swear I can smell him on my body. Tomorrow, I'll take matters into my own hands. I will no longer let Ian have any effect on me. Chapter 9. I wake up with a heavy heart. I am apprehensive about confronting Ian, and everything that happened yesterday torments me. I understand he's upset that I know about the conflict with his family, but he gave me no chance to explain myself. He just jumped to conclusions. I restrained myself from exploring further, so his accusations are more than unjust. The house is silent when I exit my room, so I breathe more calmly. I need to meet Mason to take stock of the situation, as well as Della Robbins, a journalist who I'm hoping will write an objective article on our farm circuit idea. As I told Simon and the others last night, I'll stay a few more days, but within a week at the latest I should be back at my office. We have an important case to settle, and my employees need me. In the meantime, I need to contact Lindsay, who mentioned she was onto something. I'm anxious to hear what she's found. With everything that happened yesterday, I forgot to call her. 2 cups of coffee later, I set out for the town hall. Dora, Mason's secretary, welcomes me with a smile.
Good morning, Zoe. He's with someone right now and he has meetings all morning, but I'll squeeze you in.
Thanks, Dora. She offers me a coffee. I politely decline. I've drunk enough coffee for this morning.
A kindred spirit.
She jokes. We chat until voices resound.
The coast is clear.
Dora says.
His next appointment is in 10 minutes. I can save you 5 more.
Thank you, Dora. If you ever want to change jobs, you know where to find me.
You never know.
I head to Mason's office when I come across Carla. You have got to be kidding. What is she doing here? She spots me and blinks.
Zoe. Still trying to persuade the town to rally behind your cause? Good luck with that.
She smirks as she strides away. The nerve of that woman. I don't need luck, I say to her, retreating back. I probably do, though. Nothing good can come from her presence here. I'm impatient to question Mason, who exclaims as I enter his office.
Zoe. Good morning. Did we have an appointment?
I move toward him with a smile. Good morning, Mason. No, but Dora told me you can spare me 10 minutes.
Yes. Please take a seat.
I don't waste time, it's already limited. May I know what's going on?
I don't understand.
He says in a good-natured voice, his smile still in place. Mason, don't play this game with me. Your administration wouldn't be the first to be approached by a big company seeking approval for its businesses. He pinches his nose.
Zoe. I know you're outspoken, but did you seriously just imply I'm accepting bribes?
I wave his question away. Of course not. I'd never think that of you. However, I wouldn't be surprised if they had a go at convincing you to help them. Carla didn't come to see you just to say hello. He runs his hand through his hair.
I can tell you why she was here. She informed me that this weekend, the Redford Group board directors will come to present their projects in person. She wanted to ask if I could organize a reception to welcome them and send a message to my citizens to be present.
I bite my lip. Oh, then they've pulled out all the stops. They estimate their proposal will carry more weight if defended by the management. He sighs before blurting out.
That's not all, Zoe. Donald Norton, our elected representative, will accompany them.
You're kidding. My pulse races at the thought of that shady character being present at the soiree.
No, and we don't often see eye to eye. He's been trying for 2 years to reduce the town's budget. He's been using the general morose economic climate and the need to reduce spending in all areas as an excuse, but the results would be disastrous for us in terms of cultural activities, aids for the elderly, and so on.
So, why is he coming to this meeting? He shuffles some papers before directing his gaze to me.
Knowing him, he'll go all out to persuade everyone the Redford Group is the only one who can help us regain some of our luster.
That just reinforces my belief that there's much more at stake, Mason. Are you sure you don't have any idea why they're so keen on investing here?
No, nothing has been brought to my attention. There was a project to build an airport in Lipton last year, but it was abandoned.
Oh, I read something about it. It didn't go through because the surrounding residents opposed it, right? He shakes his head.
That was the rumor that made the rounds, but in reality, they hadn't prepared their case well. The low-cost airlines that were supposed to use it backtracked. Larger towns such as ours would have been too far from the airport to be beneficial to passengers, so the deal fell through. Apart from that, I haven't heard anything that would motivate a large corporation to invest here.
How are things going regarding our solution?
Pretty good. It's gaining ground every day. People talk to each other, and your visits to the farmers have borne some fruit. I've received several phone calls from people who inquired about my position on the subject.
His phone rings and he glances at it but chooses not to answer, which I appreciate. Will it be even more difficult to find funds with Norton as an opponent? He leans forward, his brow furrowing.
What is certain is that it won't be easier. I don't like people who capitalize on a situation for their personal benefit while pretending to care about the interests of others, and that's what Norton is doing. He doesn't care about the region, he only cares about his own career. Like he repeats over and over, he aims high.
His tone is dripping with sarcasm. Do you think he's likely to be corrupt?
I can't affirm such a thing, but I can tell you he doesn't like your idea. He's its fiercest opponent.
I raise my eyebrow. Oh. And for what reason?
He doesn't even need to give a reason. He made it clear to me that the smart thing to do was to facilitate the Redford Group's designs, which he claims will give a new impetus to the local economy.
I check my watch and stand. My time is up. You don't think people will follow him, do you?
He has many supporters, and over the years he has appropriated many ideas he passed off as his own. As a result, the public deems him an honest person who works for the common good. His dirty secrets are well hidden, and his team works hard to portray a perfect image of him, so yes, I presume many people will follow.
I thank Mason for sparing me some time and head to the quaint cafe where I meet Della Robbins. She's a pretty woman with bright green eyes and an intelligent, smiling face. She makes a good impression on me right away.
I won't hide from you the fact that I'm only meeting you because Ian asked me to, Zoe. We've known each other for years, and I hold him in high esteem. However, I must admit the investments the Redford Group is planning seem interesting.
I smile to the server, who signals to me that he'll be over in a minute. I turn to Della. It appears that way, but it's not the best solution in the long term. According to some of the data I've been able to obtain and study, the Redford Group may not meet its commitments if their investment isn't immediately profitable. I stop to order a green tea and recommence as soon as the server walks away. The company will benefit from public subsidies for a time, and only part of this money will be used for the project. Then they'll start again elsewhere. This has happened several times, and although their lawyers have managed to clear them of all responsibility, municipalities have paid a high price for empty shopping malls and half-built plots. Della takes the USB card I give her and promises to study it before writing her article. She questions me about my motivation and strikes me as being genuinely interested in my answers.
Isn't it complicated for you to collaborate with Ian when your opponent happens to be his family's business?
She asks before taking a sip of her coffee that makes me review my policy to stop at 2 coffees in the morning. Ian isn't trying to harm them, but to do what is right. So no. I have no problem with that. The identity of the company that is investing here isn't important to me. My concern is that their plans don't fit the actual needs of most people. She fidgets in her seat.
You're aware Ian has been at odds with his family for a while now. This information will have an impact on public opinion. I can't hide that fact.
I raise my hand, open in a reassuring gesture. I understand, and I'd never expect such a thing. I'd like to point out that Ian has nothing to gain from all this. He's doing what he judges to be beneficial to the people here. If he wanted to attack his family, he'd have done it years ago. Not only did he not do that, but he took the blame in the problematic management of the incident you're referring to. That shows me one thing: he's a decent person I can rely on. She taps on her tablet as she asks,
Would you mind if I quoted word for word what you just said?
Not at all. I have nothing to gain in this story either, and contrary to what many articles have insinuated, I don't need this publicity for my firm to prosper. I put in personal time to help because it concerns friends, people I grew up with, and because, like Ian, I believe in sustainable development. We spend half an hour together, and I can only hope her article will be just, and that it will have the right impact. I go home and start working on my files when Lindsay answers my messages. She video calls me.
Hey Zoe, sorry for taking so long to get back to you, but you're gonna love me.
I bet I will. She claps her hands together with a gleeful smile.
The reason the Redford Group is so taken with investing in the locality is that Join Us is going to move into the area, presumably at the end of next year.
I almost dropped my phone. Join Us? That company had the highest growth rate in recent years, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. Listen to this. They plan to move all their warehouses, all their offices. In short, they're going to entirely change their current system of having warehouses and offices everywhere, to one where they centralize everything. It has become too complicated to handle, according to my sources.
I frown. I thought decentralizing was more advantageous. Lindsay shrugs.
My contact told me that Join Us would be wise to regroup. This move will save them huge sums in taxes alone. The county has promised them tax exemption for 5 years and new infrastructure. No fewer than 5,000 employees will settle in the vicinity of Kensington. So the Redford Group has an interest in buying as much land as possible, and then reselling it at a higher price than the market price to developers who'll rush to build new houses, new businesses, etc. The agreement is imminent, to be signed in a few weeks at the most.
I scratch my jaw. Lindsay, how is it possible nothing has been leaked about this move?
Because it's Nadine Lincoln, the founder herself, who's leading the negotiations. She only agreed to negotiate if they guaranteed her their discretion. She threatened to take the deal elsewhere if the news spread.
Why is that? I ask, although I have an idea of the answer.
She didn't want her staff to panic. She wouldn't risk seeing her best people desert the company during this challenging time. She wants to present the project in its entirety, and have the chance to convince them to stay.
Which makes perfect sense, I say. Lindsay leans forward like she's about to share an even bigger secret with me.
Discussions have taken place with at least 4 regions, but Kensington won because the roads are solid and the distances between the major agglomerations are reasonable. Add to that the promise of a new airport, a new high-speed train line, and there you go.
That explains why the Redford Group is eager to act on the situation. I guess Kensington is only their first target, I say with a sigh.
You're right,
Lindsay confirms.
They're already prospecting in other large towns in the vicinity, and time is running out. Kensington is their test town. They want to solve the problem with you as soon as possible, so as not to contaminate their negotiations with other municipalities.
So, the Redford Group wants to build residences, knowing full well they'll find takers among the employees of Join Us or just resell the lots. She sighs.
That's a question I couldn't find an answer to. According to one of my sources, they don't intend to complete their project. They're confident other developers will lunge into the arena, and they'll triple their starting bets by selling them the land. But another source said they already approved specific plans for housing estates, golf courses, and shopping centers. That isn't surprising. The rumors say the contract signed would require Join Us to remain established there for at least 20 years, otherwise penalties would apply. I can poke around more if you're interested.
I give her a grateful smile. Yes, I'd like that, Lindsay. And please call me as soon as you get something new. Can you also find out who negotiates with Join Us?
Oh yes, I forgot to mention it. It's Kyle Faraday.
I scrunch my nose. I've never heard of him. What is his role exactly?
He's head of the development team that handles the region, an ambitious person with an excellent reputation. In my opinion, the main reason they were able to keep the process under wraps is that he doesn't particularly like journalists or politicians. He's of the view they hurt efficiency, so he prefers to work in the shadows.
Lindsay, I owe you big time. Your information will be more than useful. We say goodbye, and I take a moment to let everything sink in. Then I spring into action. I need to go see Kyle Faraday and have a frank discussion with him. The regional headquarter offices are in Denby, a town 40 miles from Kensington, and a phone call to them confirms he'll be in today. If I'm lucky, I can get there before he goes to lunch. I'm getting ready to leave when I hear the key in the lock, and my heart begins to pound. With the new information from Lindsay, I got Ian and yesterday's altercation out of my head. When he enters the living room, I scan his face to see if he's still mad at me, but he lets nothing show. He drops his keys at the spot near the door and walks toward me.
Are you ready to go out? I'd like to talk to you.
I grab my purse and without even a glance at him, I say, "Sorry, but it'll have to wait."
I'd prefer not to.
Well, it doesn't matter what you prefer because I have an appointment I cannot miss.
An appointment?
He crosses his arms, blocking my way. Yes, but I don't have time to explain. I check the items in my purse with great exaggeration.
Well, take the time.
I stop pretending I do something important and glare at him. I won't do anything of the sort. Last I heard, you aren't my boss. His eyes harden.
I'd like us to talk and clarify the situation between us.
I let out a derisive laugh. You should have considered that before jumping down my throat yesterday.
I have every right to feel betrayed when I learn my girlfriend is investigating me behind my back.
Now we stare at each other, neither of us backing down. Except that if my boyfriend wouldn't hide things from me, I wouldn't need to seek information on him from a third party. However, since I haven't done what he accuses me of, this conversation is pointless.
Trust needs to be earned.
Oh, I won't contradict you. Besides, I understand your frustration. It's so strange we don't trust each other. One might have thought that after a few days of fake relationship, we'd be ready to die for each other. I fumble with the doorknob when his laugh takes me by surprise. By the time I turn toward him, he already has one hand on my waist, and the other cups my face as he kisses me hard and deep. I can't breathe.
Sometimes 3 days are enough. See you later.
I don't say a word because I wouldn't bet on myself not to forget Kyle Faraday, Simon and the others, and let myself fall under his spell. That kiss made me long to take his hand and pull him into my room. And what did he mean by sometimes 3 days are enough? Those words torment me all the way to Denby. I arrive at my destination almost an hour later. It's 12:15 and I hope Kyle Faraday is still there. I found out what he looked like so I could recognize him in case he tried to avoid me, but the desks are deserted. Either everyone has left for lunch or there's a meeting. I round the corner down the corridor to my right, and I nearly collide with someone. It is Kyle Faraday.
Hello, may I help you?
Glancing at the desk behind me, he lets out a sigh. Has your secretary gone to lunch too early? He smiles faintly.
No. According to her, she always leaves on time. It's just that she decides what on time means.
I hold out my hand to him. Zoe Woods.
Kyle Faraday.
His grip is firm and he exudes confidence. His red tie with small dancing penguins, that clashes with his more professional attire, and his comments show me that he can be funny and forget the rules sometimes though. Pleased to meet you. I'm here to speak with you.
What is it about?
Before I can say anything, he narrows his eyes studying me closely.
Zoe Woods. Why is your name familiar?
I can explain it to you if you agree to give me a modicum of your time. He checks his watch. It's important, I insist.
Follow me.
He doesn't need to ask twice before I stride behind him down the corridor to his well-lit and bright office. A few seconds later, we're discussing the heart of the matter. Like me, he gets straight to the point.
I'm astounded you've been able to dig so far. My team comprises of only 3 people, and the same goes for Nadine's team. The people involved signed an agreement prohibiting them from disclosing any information. I didn't want any leaks before the finalization of the deal.
His tone indicates only a mild annoyance. He seems more impressed than anything else. Good for him for taking things in such a cool way. I have an excellent investigator, and she admitted having trouble getting all this information. He adjusts his glasses.
It might be a good idea for me to use her services. She sounds very competent.
You definitely should. Suddenly, I envision Lindsay smiling at Kyle, but it's not the best time to play matchmaker. What can you tell me about Representative Norton? He leans back to his chair, taking a few seconds before answering.
Let's say we aren't in accord about what is good for the region, and I'm not in his good graces.
He'll be present Saturday evening at the event organized for the Redford Group's directors, and he'll announce he supports their plans. You could come and pull the rug out from under their feet. He sighs, his frustration coming through.
Sorry, Zoe, but it isn't up to me. The Join Us board isn't ready to unveil their roadmap.
But you could persuade them to change their mind. He rubs his chin thoughtfully.
I'm not sure I have such an influence on Nadine Lincoln. She's a woman who knows what she wants, and you can be certain that if she doesn't get it, she won't hesitate to ditch us. I understand her position. She's trying to spare her employees, and she needs time to carry out this endeavor.
I play absent-mindedly with the pen in front of me. If no one puts a stop to the Redford Group's plans, the circuit tour will never see the light of day.
To tell you the truth, Zoe, I plan to contact Mason, with whom I've worked in the past, about this subject. Unfortunately, the negotiations with Join Us take up all my time, and I haven't been able to do so. Know, however, that I agree with your idea. The combination of the Join Us installation and the tourist circuit can give a new lease on life to the territory. Give me a day or two to reflect on the subject. I promise to do my best to help you.
I can't think of anything else to add, so I get up and thank him for his time. I'm heading to the door when his voice stops me.
Zoe, you work with Ian Redford, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Do you know him well?
For a fleeting second, I wonder what I can possibly answer to that. I only met him recently, but I trust him. He smiles but offers me no explanation for his question. On my way back, I mull over how easy it was to communicate with Kyle. Why can't things be so simple with Ian? I'm apprehensive about seeing him again, but I'm glad I have good news for everyone. Though for now, I can't reveal anything specific, or I might compromise Kyle's plans. Chapter 10. When I arrive home, I get back to work. Later, I call the girls and let them know things between Ian and me are tense.
Zoe, if you care about him, don't behave as usual.
Amy scolds me. I stop making tea to frown at her. I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you do. You always want the other person to make the first move, but you won't lose face if you do it for once.
I stir my tea with more force than necessary. Oh, please. I don't have to apologize. I did nothing wrong.
I'm not asking you to apologize, but to explain things. I gather you know the difference.
Amy's right.
Allison chimes in.
Not only do we have no idea what created the feud with his family, but imagine how hard it must be for him being on bad terms with them. It's quite understandable that the thought of you digging up this story behind his back disturbed him, don't you think?
I sit at the desk near the window with a huff. I hate it when you're right. Still, he could have been less quick to presume the worst about me.
Put yourself in his shoes.
Amy says.
You, above anyone else, know how important it is to examine things dispassionately.
Coming from you, that advice is rich. Do I need to remind you how you behaved with Ethan in Santorini?
Allison giggles and even Amy cracks a smile. They're right though, so I resist the urge to dig more into his past, but only just. I don't fancy moving in the dark. I don't want his secrets to hurt my plans, but I understand the girl's point of view, so I abstain. I may have had to call my mom, my employees, do some research into essential things like how many years a penguin lives, but I did it. I left Ian's past alone. When Ian returns around 6 p.m., I'm immersed in Simon's file. He sits next to me on the couch and waits for me to look up.
How did your appointment go?
It was great.
Do you care to elaborate?
I can't give you any details, but I'm optimistic about what's next for our project. He smiles at me, choosing to ignore my short mood. I promised I'd try to be in his shoes, but it seems I'm not there yet.
Nice to hear it. My day was also productive. Simon will call you tomorrow to discuss the best method to proceed with the cooperative.
Great. So I deduce there are enough people interested in the idea?
Yes. Several parties have expressed interest in the project. Some are already farmers, but there are also young people who reckon it's a smart way to enter the field, learning from the most experienced. It will take them some time to put everything in place, but since Simon's case will be resolved, they'll have the possibility to do it the right way. The important thing is that not many people follow Carla.
Speaking of Carla, she'll soon have a rather unpleasant surprise.
Is that what Kyle Faraday told you?
My eyes open wide as my temper flares up. Excuse me? How do you know I went to see Kyle Faraday? Did you follow me? This is...
I see.
He interrupts me.
It's not very pleasant to be on the other side of the mirror, is it?
He falls back on the couch, his hands linked behind his head. Oh my God, I've never been so happy our relationship is a hoax. To think I intended to explain myself to you. My first impression was right. You are arrogant and bad-mannered. And I bet you only want to help me because you have a hidden agenda. His voice is dripping sarcasm when he says,
Very clever of you to notice. Except I admitted I have an agenda, so don't give your deductive skills too much credit.
I know what you said, but I still... What are you doing? He plays with the straps of my bra as he kisses the sensitive point where my collarbone meets my shoulder. He barely touches me, and yet my body comes alive. I sigh, and encouraged, he kisses my lips, making my inhibitions drop away one by one.
Can't you forget our differences for a moment?
He whispers.
You make things so complicated.
His fingers caress the skin above my chest, driving me crazy. And although my brain tells me to say no, that I can't forget his behavior so quickly, my body gets the better of me. Each kiss speaks to it louder and louder, and this voice covers all the others. No voice to tell me I'm an idiot to trust him, to tell me I should push him away. I hear myself whisper yes as I begin to unbutton his shirt. He scoops me up from the couch as if I weighed nothing at all, and heads to his room where he delicately places me on the bed. He undresses me while scattering small kisses all over my body. His fingers trace a path to all my sensitive spots, and any rational thought flies away. I abandon myself to his touch, sinking into each electric kiss and caress. Making love with him is like emerging from a winter slumber into a vibrant and blooming spring. Afterward, nestled in his arms, I try to make sense of what just happened. I don't wish to discuss our feelings, though. Well, not my feelings. Have you ever had sex with a woman here? I ask without thinking. I may not want to talk about my feelings, but I can't help myself worry about a million things. He moves so he can look me straight in the eyes.
I've only been here a month and haven't dated anyone.
But you were prepared for this eventuality, weren't you?
Zoe, isn't being prepared the responsible thing to do?
He's right. Of course he's right. That doesn't prevent me from saying, I have nothing of the sort in my house. He lays a kiss against my hair.
At the risk of sounding presumptuous, knowing you're a responsible person, I wonder. Is it because you like to have an excuse not to move forward if things ever get out of hand?
I don't answer, but I suspect he's right. I already had this discussion with my friends. I love to flirt, take professional risks, but I don't like following my desires when it comes to a man. To make love spontaneously has never been my forte. Don't ask me why. My parents were in a happy marriage, many of my friends are in wonderful relationships. Even my relationship with Simon was great until Solange entered the picture, no matter what Ian thinks. Yet opening myself to someone never comes easy for me, and making love is something I always considered a big step in a relationship. He doesn't insist.
I'm not in the habit of sleeping with a woman so soon after meeting her, and I haven't been with anyone for 6 months.
He continues as he strokes my arm lazily.
But I'm happy to have made love with you because I love seeing your eyes veiled with desire when I do this.
He leans over to kiss me, and I forget once again we're supposed to be on bad terms. As I fall asleep, I wish that morning is a long time coming. As if Ian had read my thoughts, he draws me toward him and settles me beside him, whispering something that sounds like sweet dreams. As I feared, morning arrives too early and brings with it a lot of questions and regrets. I attempt to free myself from Ian's arms, but he holds me tighter, and I drop my head back on the pillow.
Already?
He asks in a sleepy voice.
I thought you'd at least wait for us to have breakfast before you regret it. I was going to surprise you with a declaration of love in the form of pancakes. I guess it was too good to be true.
I want to smile, but my stomach is in knots. I worry I've made a mistake I won't be able to rectify. Ian and I know nothing about each other, and if my heart didn't speed up every time I see him, when I touch him, I could pretend it was only sex. However, this isn't the case. I know it, and I weigh the risks.
Can I persuade you to delay the moment you declare our night to be the worst mistake of your life?
He asks as his hand wanders under my t-shirt, caressing my back. I take a deep, fortifying breath. I don't think sleeping together is the best way to solve our problems.
I agree, except our problems aren't important. I dare say they're insignificant.
You can't minimize our differences. For starters, you spied on me. I sit straight, arms crossed. He feigns an exaggerated sigh.
I did not spy on you.
So, how did you know I met with Kyle Faraday?
Oh, let me think. It must be because yesterday, when you rushed off to avoid a tete-a-tete with me, you forgot to turn off your computer. When I took care of it, I noticed one of the pages open was about Kyle Faraday, so I inferred you had an appointment with him. Or maybe it was because he contacted me after your meeting.
Okay. I was quick to accuse him, but he did the same thing to me, so now we're even. I'm being childish right now, and he doesn't deserve that. On second thought, perhaps he does, since he continues in a cold tone.
If you deem that falling by accident on meaningless information is comparable to deliberately seeking out personal information on someone, that's fine, but I beg to differ.
I shot out of bed. For the last time, I did not seek information about you on purpose. My burst of annoyance doesn't seem to rattle him in the least.
Then explain to me how things played out.
Why am I reluctant to confess the truth to him? The girls are right, I'm pathetic. I have to get a grip on myself and behave like an adult. I explain what occurred, and when I finish, he says,
Thank you. I'm sorry to have accused you.
He holds his hand out and pulls me back to bed. I cuddle into his side. I'm sorry too. My pride took over, and I didn't want to justify myself. That's my irrational part nobody likes. But I promise, no matter what happened, I'm certain you had valid reasons for doing what you did. This time the hand stroking my shoulder tightens and his jaw clenches.
So you think I was involved in this scheme?
What? No. I stammer, conscious of how my words must have sounded. No. What I meant to say is that no matter what happened, you had your reasons for acting the way you did, and…
For a lawyer, one would expect you'd be better with words.
He quips as he gets up from the bed.
Don't try to explain yourself further, you'll only sink deeper.
A minute later, I hear the shower and hide my face in my hands. Why am I such an idiot? I didn't want to insinuate he'd been at fault. Even though the possibility crossed my mind at first, I dismissed it right away. I was upset because he hadn't told me about it, and it could compromise our efforts, but I never truly thought he'd done anything wrong. It's hard to explain though, and it's obvious I've hurt him. I get up, and although I entertain the idea of joining him in the shower, I go take a shower in the bathroom next to my room. I realize I forgot to ask why Kyle had called him. When I finish my morning routine and walk to the kitchen, Ian is gone, and a knot forms in my chest. I made things worse, and now our relationship is more complicated than ever. I call Simon, and after we agree to meet for lunch at noon, I start reading Della's article online. She did a terrific job. She used the information I'd given her, and after cross-checking it, she painted a fair portrait of the situation. I called to thank her.
You don't have to thank me. I wouldn't have written this article if I hadn't verified what you said.
Della, what do you know about Representative Norton? Her response is immediate.
He'd sell his soul to the devil if it would get him higher in the political sphere. Why?
I finish preparing my coffee and sit at the table, giving her my full attention. He'll be attending the meeting where the directors of the Redford Group will talk about their projects. The word is, he's their biggest supporter.
He must have instigated this evening's meeting. He likes to put on a performance. Perhaps I should ask my editor if I can cover the event. I bet Norton will be delighted.
Her mischievous smile makes me chuckle. Why do I get the feeling it will be the opposite?
I'm not his biggest fan and he resents it. Last year, I wrote an article about him that brought us several complaints. By the way, since we are on the topic, you may find this article interesting. I'll send it to you right away. Check paragraph 4. I'll see if I can have the honor of attending the meeting. A new article about him and his involvement in this project would be the perfect sequel.
I open my email and click on the file. I got it. Thank you, Della.
Anything you do to take him down, I'm game.
I hang up and go through the article, paying special attention to paragraph 4. Mr. Norton likes to brag about his modest beginnings, but the fact is, he studied at one of the most prestigious private schools in the country, and his list of schoolmates includes numerous great leaders, including the directors of the companies Redford, Callahan, Munnigan, and Ballatin. Many sources have confirmed that Norton's campaigns have been financed by funds from these companies. Funds acquired and used outside the legal circuit. Well, what do you know? Della explains that despite sound evidence, Norton has never been investigated, and she challenges the functioning of justice. Her article reinforces my conviction something is going on behind the scenes. My lunch with Simon a few hours later is going well, and armed with these new findings, I advise him to wait before he enrolls his farm in the cooperative. Although Join Us will come into the region within a few months, the construction of their infrastructure will require significant labor. Qualified workers from the surrounding area will be present daily in the vicinity, and the economy will rebound soon, I say. Simon has many questions, but I ask him to trust me, which he accepts ungrudgingly. I appreciate how nice it is to be trusted, and why Ian would feel betrayed about me spying on him or thinking ill of him. I'm now determined to speak to him and clarify the situation once and for all. The night we spent together did nothing but show me one thing: I'm in love with him. I miss him when he's not around, and I can't wait to see him. There's no reason to deny my feelings. I need to face my fears head on. When Simon leaves, I stay a few minutes to finish my tea and then decide to walk home. As I'm crossing the little bridge overlooking the river and heading for the city center, I spot Ian sitting in the cafe opposite the road. I smile, and I'm about to approach and say hello to him when I notice he's in the company of a woman I don't recognize, at least not from far away. They seem focused on one another, and a shot of jealousy runs through me. I remember that spontaneity hasn't helped me much of late, so I decide to keep walking and not let my imagination go wild. As I change direction, I have a glimpse of her blonde hair framing a perfect face, and I see her from the corner of my eye taking his hand. There's nothing better than making love with a man in the evening than seeing him holding hands with another woman the next day. I remain calm for the remainder of the day and even do some work, but my heart isn't in it. I pretend to be asleep when Ian knocks on my door around 10 p.m. I don't have the courage to ask him for an explanation. His day went on late, but after all, when you're in good company. In the morning, I'm determined to avoid any kind of discussion because in my head, everything is over. I want to survive this week and go home where Ian doesn't exist. Unlike me, he seems in a good mood when he enters the kitchen.
Good morning.
He ruffles my hair before he opens the cupboard to fetch a cup.
Sorry I was late last night. I was hoping to see you, but you were already asleep.
I make a non-committal sound and take a sip of my coffee to avoid talking to him.
I'll be absent all morning, but we can discuss our strategy for Saturday later.
Sure. That works for me. I answer politely, and this is how all our conversations take place from then on. If he notices my coldness, he makes no comment, and so much the better. I wake up Saturday morning already dreading the evening ahead of me. It was another sleepless night, and I'm trying to give myself a human appearance when the doorbell rings. Seeing Amy and Allison standing at the door, I blink. Although I warned them I didn't want them here, I'm glad to see them. I hug them fiercely before voicing my complaints. I should have never given him any details, so he could reach out to you. I say, knowing full well this is Ian's doing.
Ian said you would need support tonight.
Amy tells me. Oh, it's surprising he found the time to think about me. I quip as I show them where to put their bags. The girls don't let it slide.
You've been acting strange all week. What's going on?
Amy presses me.
You'd better tell us everything.
I offer them refreshments, and we all sit around the kitchen island. All is well. Nothing important to report. A few more days and I can come home. I miss my office, I miss my city, and I miss you. They exchange a look, but I don't see any point in dwelling on the subject. Ian can scheme and plan whatever he wants with any woman he wants. It's no longer my problem. I pepper them with questions about Springville.
It's only been a few days. Nothing earth-shattering has happened, and we've always wanted to visit Kensington. A walk into your past would be great,
says Allison. Let's do it then. Soon after, we go on a walk to show them the town, and I'm surprised they find it beautiful. I never considered Kensington beautiful. For me, it was the place I couldn't wait to leave behind. We have lunch in a restaurant with a lake view, and then we go downtown to buy a dress for tonight. According to Allison, nothing I own is suitable, though I can't say I care about what I wear.
Oh no. You do care. Carla will be there and you'll meet Ian's family for the first time. You must be the prettiest.
She lectures me. Carla's name is enough to make my muscles stiff, and it reminds me she's not the only woman in Ian's life. 2 hours later, we get back to the house, exhausted but with an A-line dark blue dress, which according to Allison, highlights my best features.
It shows off your shoulders and is very feminine.
I only bought it because I can dress it up any way I want. I won't have to hide it in my wardrobe, never to be seen again.
Be that as it may, I'm happy you listened to me for once.
She says as I open the door and discover Ian is home. The girls fall under his spell, as I expected. I don't participate in their conversations and ignore Amy's eye signals and hand gestures to make more of an effort. Ian doesn't make any effort to include me in the conversation either, which is fine by me. I'm tired of playing this cat and mouse game with him. I've gone to great lengths to avoid him, and he's done nothing to figure out why. I suspect the pretty blonde who he was having lunch with is no stranger to his attitude. A while later, I retire to my room to rest. I need a little peace and quiet before the evening. There's a knock at the door, and assuming it's the girls, I invite them to come in. But it's Ian. I sit up in bed and face him without saying a word.
Can you explain something to me?
He asks. Explain what to you? He takes a step toward me.
Is there a problem?
What kind of problem? I put my hair up and pull it into a scrunch, making my best to avoid looking at him.
Zoe, I'm not in the mood for riddles.
I stop fumbling with my hair and meet his gaze. Perfect. We are on the same page, so try to ask clearer questions.
Fine. I'd like to know why you've been avoiding me all week. If it's because you regret what happened between us.
I thought that was obvious. I taste the bitterness in my mouth for lying like this. He gets even closer, his eyes piercing holes to my armor.
Really? Is it that obvious? Because there's nothing obvious to me. I figured we could wait to talk, but I realize that isn't a good idea. I want us to be on the same wavelength tonight. We've both worked hard, and I don't want to ruin our efforts because you blame me for our night together.
His soft tone and his pleading eyes make my throat tighten. Why can't he be honest with me? I don't ask much, do I? I sway between matching his sweet tone or stay strong. I don't regret sleeping with you. What I regret is having slept with a man I can't take at his word. You have your secrets, you can keep them. But don't expect me to be happy to see you hold another woman's hand right after making love with me.
Hold another woman's hand.
He seems lost for a spell, then he says.
So you're jealous, which means you have feelings for me. The problem is, you've jumped to conclusions as usual.
If you don't want this to happen, explain yourself. He stares me down.
Yes. I could explain myself, or I could ask you to trust me. I have a hunch it's too late though.
I dig my heels in. Well, don't do it then. As I told you the other day, I don't need promises of eternal love to sleep with a man. What happened between us wasn't exceptional. His jaw clenches, but that's not my problem.
Can you tell me why you're behaving so irrationally?
I open my eyes in feigned innocence. What? Should I pretend that making love with you has changed my life? I don't care about this woman, but I'm nevertheless mad at him, and because I don't know when to stop talking, I continue. Well, guess what? It hasn't.
So it wasn't transcendent for you.
He stands so close to me that a shiver runs through my body, which makes me boil. Knowing how to satisfy your partner is a matter of practice. It means nothing special. It's no reason to believe in Prince Charming. His demeanor changes from stern to playful.
If that's so, then you'll have no difficulty resisting me. Just reflect on how angry you are with me. It's not as if you're falling in love with me and it scares you.
I'm about to reiterate that I can indeed resist him, but it's too late because as soon as his lips touch mine, I lose all will to protest. And worse, I don't put up any resistance when his hand lifts my top to lay a soft kiss on my bare skin. I'd have let him continue, forgetting Amy and Allison are next door if his phone didn't ring. I wish he'd ignore it, but after a few seconds of hesitation, he sighs and answers.
Yes, I'll join you right away.
He turns to me with a sorry look.
I have to go. I have an important appointment. We'll talk about this later.
Tell her I said hi. He opens his mouth to respond, but I don't give him the chance. Be on time to leave for the soirée, unless you've changed your mind about our relationship. If we've broken up and you plan on attending with a gorgeous blonde, I'd like to know it. I'd prefer not to be humiliated in front of a crowd of people who'd love nothing more than to see me in trouble. He massages his temples.
Zoe, I don't have time to deal with this nonsense. I'll be there in time, and we're still together. Now I have to go.
I'm not holding you prisoner. When the door closes, I exhale deeply, not realizing I'd been holding my breath. Way to resist him, I mock myself. He could have almost thought you hated him. Chapter 11. The rest of the afternoon is calm. I chat with my friends and review our plans for tonight. When the time of departure approaches, I prepare while Allison and Amy sit on my bed talking about Ian. They're convinced he and I are made for each other.
Have you seen the way he looks at her?
Amy opens her eyes wide in mock amazement. Allison mimics her theatrics.
Better still, have you seen how our Zoe reacts when he's around her?
Yes. She blushes and fumbles for words. It's so cute.
Amy puts her palm to her mouth and I suppress a laugh. You're not funny. Of course, my stern voice doesn't dissuade them from continuing. I put on the new dress, and after fussing around me for a long moment, insisting on every detail and claiming I need to be at my best, they go get ready. Ian is still not home by 7, and though I'm frustrated, I refuse to call him. If he has more important things to do, it's his choice. We've been waiting for him for a while in the living room, and I pace back and forth, aggravated. The least he could do is call if he didn't plan to honor his rendezvous, I grumble.
Zoe, sit down and stop being so stubborn.
Amy fixes me with her best mom gaze.
Something could have happened to him.
I sit beside her with a huff. I'm sure someone would have let us know. After all, I'm his beloved fiancé, I say, and I move away from Amy, who's leaning forward to smack my arm. At that moment, I hear the key in the lock, and he enters with a contrite smile.
Zoe. Amy, Allison, I'm sorry I'm late. I'll be ready in 10 minutes.
Take your time. We're leaving, I say without a glance in his direction.
Zoe, we can wait for him.
Allison smiles at him, managing to glare at me at the same time. I stand and take my purse. No, we can't. Given that Ian can't manage his time, I won't wait here 10 minutes, which may end up being 30. I have things to do. Important things. Ian doesn't seem fazed by my burst out. He moves with grace to the kitchen, where he takes an apple and bites into it.
Very well. I'll meet you there. This isn't the time to upset Zoe even more.
He winks to the girls who chuckle. I don't want him to be conciliatory. I want him to protest so I can blame him. But of course, he's aware of that and he won't let me win. When we arrive at the town hall, I spot Mason and go over to him. His eyes dart around, and his usually serene face is laced with worry lines. Are you okay? I ask him. He attempts a smile.
I'm okay, Zoe. I just don't know what to expect. I heard you went to talk to Kyle. We spoke after your meeting, but he didn't share what he has in mind for tonight. He promised me everything would be fine, but he didn't give me any details. I'm anxious. I don't like surprises.
Don't be. Kyle seemed competent to me, so if he says he has a plan, you can rely on him. He runs his hand into his hair.
I'm trying, but believe me, it's not easy.
Allison and Amy approach, and I introduce them to Mason. They make small talk, and I'm helping myself to a glass of wine when Carla approaches. She towers over me in her 4-inch heels, wearing her usual smirk.
Zoe, I didn't expect to see you here.
Yeah, that's so unexpected. Who would have imagined I'd be at a party given to sabotage my plans? I don't hide my sarcasm. I want her to know I'm on to her.
Don't give yourself so much credit. It's not an evening to sabotage your plans, but to move ahead with ours.
She scans around and pouts.
I don't see Ian. He promised me he would be here in time.
In time for what? I ask, chastising myself for playing her game. Her smirk widens.
Oh, he didn't tell you? I thought you two were so close he didn't hide anything from you.
For the 10th time since we met, I want to throw my glass at her, but Amy's hand on my arm grounds me and reminds me not to allow Carla to provoke me. Don't you have to be elsewhere? I ask. Maybe someone else is interested in your evil plans. I'll let Ian know you're looking for him when I see him. Her face flashes with anger, but she turns on her heels and leaves. I let out a sigh of frustration. I despise that woman. Amy gives me a compassionate smile.
And you don't hide it. But I don't see someone as intelligent as Ian being interested in her. She's just trying to annoy you. Don't let her make you doubt Ian. You taught me to examine all the facts before jumping to conclusions. Time to apply that advice to yourself.
Allison nods, squeezing my shoulder. Voices rise as a man with a round bronze face enters the room. He's accompanied by 3 other people, whom I recognize as Representative Norton, Ian's father, and Miles, Ian's brother. Mason goes to meet them, and Carla makes a spectacle of welcoming them. Representative Norton, at ease among a crowd, shakes hands and pats several people on the back before heading to the platform.
Thank you, thank you. Glad to be here.
He repeats several times. I don't hear what he says next because Ian has arrived, and he drops a kiss on my neck. A shudder runs through me, but I keep my eyes on the representative, pretending his gesture had no effect on me. His father and brother are watching us, so I lean toward him and whisper with a smile. I'm so mad at you, I wish I could leave you in a desert without water and food. He kisses my palm.
I don't believe a word. You'd walk miles to bring me water and food if I ever were in a desert unable to move. That's what I love about you, that you are loyal and go out of your way to help someone.
I wish his words didn't move me, but my stupid heart softens. He doesn't leave me alone throughout Norton's speech, who spouts a lot of nonsense as I anticipated. He pushes his chest forward and his voice booms.
The region needs investors, and we're lucky the Redford Group has chosen to invest in us. Our corner could become the flagship weekend destination for city dwellers in search of a change of scenery.
Oh no. He didn't dare. You mean they could come to follow a circuit, including the farms in the vicinity, which will enable them to taste the local products, to discover a profession, or to have fun with unique activities? I'm glad you agree with me and my friends. His angry stare is directed at me, and his smile falters as people applaud. My intervention wasn't planned, but when he started spouting shallow platitudes, I couldn't restrain myself.
It would be wiser, miss, to listen to what the board of the Redford Group has to say, and what their exact plans are before we decide. Don't you agree?
His condescending tone makes me boil, and I take a step forward, ready to pounce on him. Ian holds me back.
Let them speak. You'll have the opportunity to respond afterward.
I calm down while Ian's father takes his place next to the representative, who thanks him for making the trip. John Redford is an imposing and in a way, seductive man, but his gaze is stone cold. I feel sorry for Ian if his father is as cold as the look he throws us. He addresses the assembly with ease, telling us that the Redford Group's plans include building 2 shopping centers, located to the south and north of the town to serve the towns and villages of the entire region. They also plan to build 2 housing estates, each containing 50 residences. Their goal is to continue buying land at a fair price. At this information, an excited buzz runs through the room. As he speaks, I pat my bag with my left hand, and Ian wraps his arms around my waist, taking my hand in his. My pulse slows. John Redford declares he's eager to answer questions. Della's voice resounds. She questions him about their previous investments, but he evades the question.
I don't know who gave you those figures, but they're erroneous. None of our projects has been detrimental to the regions involved.
Della isn't one to back down, though.
The complaint filed against you by the District of Baden suggests otherwise. You haven't paid your taxes, you have secured financing from the region at 0 interest, and you have left the construction of the mall unfinished. If you haven't had the chance to see this complaint, I should be able to send you a copy.
Laughter erupts all around, and I smile at Della. We all agreed beforehand to coordinate our attacks, and everyone has a role to play, although I struggle to stick with the plan.
We sometimes have preferential tax agreements because the benefits of our investments are immense for the region. You're not going to accuse us of creating jobs, right?
He snickers and tries to win the crowd, but Della takes a step forward and raises her voice.
Creating jobs. Such powerful words. Too bad the data we've obtained shows that 20% of your investments are abandoned along the way. In addition, you never renovate the buildings you consider to be in deficit, and you have declared bankruptcy twice. Why wouldn't we be afraid you'll do the same thing with us?
He wipes the sweat from his forehead.
We're controlled by the government. If we abandoned a few projects, it was because we proved they weren't tenable.
Simon joins Della in the front and interjects.
And how have you proved that? By having politicians, like Representative Norton, in your pocket?
Norton seethes.
Sir, you don't have the right to accuse someone without proof.
His voice is thunderous, aiming to intimidate us. Then we're lucky to have proof, I say. And all eyes turn to me. I take out my phone and start reading. Mason won't be a problem. He'll do what I tell him to if he wants a chance at re-election. We should act quickly. Join Us will make their announcement soon. An expectative silence falls as I continue. And here is my favorite. You have to increase the amount of your contribution. There is a little lawyer who's creating problems for us. I must be adequately rewarded. I wonder whom you're talking about. Carla turns red and she whispers something to Miles. A wave of agitation sweeps through the room and I speak again. Let me put an end to your interrogations. I'm Zoe Woods, the little lawyer who creates problems for you. If you don't want to lose your seat, perhaps you should explain those emails you exchanged with a certain Miles Redford. If I'm not mistaken, that's you, right? I turn to Ian's brother, who seems to be on the brink of apoplexy.
You've obtained these emails illegally. They have no value.
Norton vociferates. His nostrils flare, and I fear he'll have a heart attack the way he pants.
Sorry, but you're mistaken.
Della intervenes.
These emails were found on a computer owned by the county, so we'll let the judge decide their validity. But in my humble opinion, he won't have any problem standing with justice. I haven't read them all, but it seems you put pressure on the director of the bank holding most of the loans of the region's farmers, a certain Marilyn, if I'm not wrong. I'm confident the judge can sort it out. Oh, and I hope it doesn't bother you if I title my article, Norton, A Career Finally Over.
His eyes dart everywhere.
You can't claim those emails as evidence. No one gave them to you.
I did.
Kyle's determined voice warms my core, but I'm also very surprised at his intervention. When Della sent me the emails, I presumed Kyle had decided to help us secretly. I wasn't expecting him to come forward.
I told you to trust me.
Ian whispers in my ear, and the furtive caress of his lips makes me yearn to kiss him right then and there. Kyle's intervention causes a stir and things are about to get messy, but what matters is that we now have a receptive audience, and we can count on the people present here to share the events and change others' minds in favor of our plan. A few minutes later, Kyle joins us.
I hope you're happy with the way things are going, Zoe. When you drew my attention to what was going on, I did a brief investigation. He's exchanged several emails in the past 4 months with some Redford executives, and they're all incriminating. He never envisioned we'd rummage through his computer. Like all those who believe they're above the law, he thought he was safe. Things will go in the right direction from now on. A formal complaint will be filed on Monday against Representative Norton.
I give him a heartfelt smile. I can't thank you enough for your help. He waves his hand in disagreement.
I have only done my duty. Ian is the one you should thank.
Before he can say more, a woman takes the platform, the woman I saw at the cafe with Ian. I can see now why Ian would be interested in her. With blonde wavy hair and a figure that could rival that of a model, she is stunning. I steel myself for what is about to happen. She clears her voice and waits for everyone to focus on her before talking.
Good evening. I'm Nadine Lincoln, the director of Join Us. We made a big decision about a year ago to come and settle in the area. We have worked with Kyle Faraday, the development manager for your region, to implement this enormous project, and we hope our entire workforce will be transferred here within 2 years at the latest. We weren't privy to our project having been leaked, or that promoters were preparing to buy your land and then resell it with indecent added value.
The crowd is agitated, but she continues with a steady, warm voice.
We want to invest smartly, and we hope our relocation will benefit each and every one of you. We've already decided to finance the tourism project proposed by your town hall. This is a terrific initiative that will allow me to better sell our move to my employees. We want to adapt to the region, not the opposite. I hope we can depend on your collaboration and that we'll have a great future together.
A thunderclap of applause welcomes her statement, while Representative Norton tries in vain to be heard. Mason approaches me with a wide smile on his face.
It's done. We can work now to revitalize our region.
He spins me around to the sound of cheering and I beam at him, happy that a solution has been found and embraced by the town. Mason will do the best he can not to leave anyone behind. I turn to Kyle. I thought Nadine Lincoln wasn't keen in unveiling her plans. How did you persuade her to change her mind? Kyle peers at me.
Hasn't Ian told you? I contacted him after your visit, and he convinced her to attend the meeting.
Kyle is about to add something, but Mason asks him when they can meet to discuss their plan, and I mull over Kyle's words. Why would Nadine be influenced by Ian? I look around for him, and I spot him talking with Carla, who, upon meeting my gaze, leans in and whispers something in his ear. I roll my eyes at her childish behavior, and I realize that once again I made an error in judgment. What drives me not to trust people? It can't be this incident with Simon or what occurs at work. Yes, I have to deal every day with people who betray their friends, their spouses, their ideals, but I'm an adult. I know not everyone is dishonest. I'm lost in my thoughts when Simon's voice brings me back to earth.
Zoe, I'd like to thank you for helping me get through this and for being so patient with me. With all of us.
He hugs me with a beaming smile. It's like the lines on his face have disappeared. I smile back at him. My smile mustn't be very convincing though, because he asks, with concern in his voice.
Are you okay?
I rub my arm absently. Yes. I'm just tired. If you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to call me. I'll be happy to help you. I leave tomorrow. My work here is done.
Thank you, Zoe. You've always been a great gal. It's exhilarating to see that in the space of a few hours, everything has changed.
Thanks to the work of our team.
Thanks to you.
I don't protest because I sense his praise is genuine, but the truth is it was a group effort. A friend calls him over, and I focus again on Ian, who's still talking with Carla.
They make a beautiful couple, don't they?
Ian's father is standing beside me. Mr. Redford. What can I do for you? Why did he approach me? To point out that my boyfriend is speaking with a beautiful woman? I'm not ready for yet another confrontation.
My son convinced you to go along with him. I bet he never told you what went on with Carla.
My voice is icy as I answer. He doesn't need to. I have every confidence in him. His expression turns nasty.
I'm not surprised. He always knew how to twist people around his little finger. Do you think he's the victim in this incident with the defective materials? That Carla trapped him? That she signed purchase orders on his behalf? Don't allow yourself to be used by him.
Pathetic. If he's under the impression I'll believe that, he's up for disappointment. Ian may have secrets, but dishonest he isn't. Mr. Redford, seeing my absence of reaction, goes on, persuaded he has my attention.
He was in charge of the project. He wanted to prove to us he could succeed and have a place within the company. He wanted to put money aside for his own plans, and he took Carla down with him. Women have always had a weakness for Ian. When the scheme was discovered, we tried to limit the damage, but he never forgave us for making the decision to fire him and save the company.
I'm about to tell him that Ian didn't tell me anything, that he didn't accuse anyone, but he doesn't give me the time.
You probably think he fell in love with you. Don't be delusional. He approached you because he wanted to find an ally to prevent us from investing, to make us pay for our past actions.
He gives me a pointed, pitying look.
You were who he needed to gain the trust of the people around here, and to persuade them to reject our offers. He made it clear to us during our last phone conversation. He informed us he'd found a way to fight. His exact words were, "I have at my side the one person who'll make the whole region oppose your plans. I only have to do one thing, play smart."
My shoulders fall and I fumble with the straps of my bag, but my voice is steady and full of assurance when I say, Ian would never have said that. I'm very much in love with him, and I hope he's as much with me. No matter what you're saying, I know he'd never do what you're accusing him of. He shakes his head.
For a lawyer, you're very naive. If Ian is as honest as you think, why didn't he tell you about Join Us? I bet you asked him why we would invest in the area, but not once gave you an answer.
Because he didn't have the answer. His smirk is unnerving. He reminds me of the cat who ate the canary.
You mean he wasn't aware his college girlfriend had plans to move her company to the area?
This time I can't hide my surprise, and he wears a smug expression at catching me unaware.
Nadine and Ian dated for 3 years. He invested his meager inheritance from his grandmother in her company. One wonders how he could forget to share these tidbits with you. Maybe because his goal was to let you do the job without compromising Nadine's plans. You agree that if he had disclosed what he knew, he could have saved you a lot of trouble. Right?
My heart breaks into a million pieces, but I won't give Ian's father the satisfaction of knowing he's hurt me. He wasn't necessarily in the know about Nadine's intentions.
Oh, make no mistake, he was. If you don't believe me, ask him.
I flash him a falsely genuine smile. I appreciate your concern, but I maintain that Ian is a good man who'd never betray anyone. Astonishment flashes on his face, but he throws me a last cutting remark before he strides away.
Good luck. You'll need it.
I remain stunned, stuck in my place for several minutes. The people around me continue their lively conversations, and laughter erupts from all directions. I put myself in their shoes. In a short time, they hope to see the region come to life again. They all have plans at the moment. I need to talk to Ian, but I don't see him anywhere. I walk out into the garden for some fresh air to clear my head when I hear Carla's voice.
Now that you've reached your goal, you can at least admit your relationship with Zoe was a masquerade. Honey, I understand you did it to teach me a lesson. Message received. That doesn't mean we must be enemies all our lives. I'm conscious of having messed up, but I'll leave the company if that is what I have to do in order for us to be together.
Ian's voice reaches my ears right after, and I prepare myself for what he'll say.
Carla. Let's get things straight once and for all. You falsified my signature, and you caused me a lot of problems. But it doesn't matter anymore. I got out of it, and in the end, you did me a favor. I've never been so fulfilled in my professional life. And for the umpteenth time, there was never anything between us.
I can't help but smile at his words, but my happiness is short-lived.
My relationship with Zoe may have been a masquerade, but it was the only way to get what I wanted. It was disloyal, I admit, and I owe her an apology, but this is between Zoe and me and doesn't concern you at all.
I straight my body and readorn my smile before stepping toward them. There you are, sweetheart. I've been looking for you everywhere. Ian turns to me with a wary expression, but when he sees me smile, he relaxes and tugs me to his side. Carla watches us closely for a long moment before slipping away.
Congratulations, Zoe. You have won.
She couldn't be more wrong. Between Ian and me, everything's lost. I don't want him to ask me for forgiveness for lying to me. I'd prefer to avoid the subject. That isn't an option though, so I pluck up my courage and ask him. Are you friends with Nadine? Have you dated her? My question must not have been the one he was expecting because he wrinkles his brow.
Nadine? Yes. We've been friends since college.
Were you au fait about her intention to relocate her headquarters to the area? He hesitates and a weight crushes my chest. The words fly out of my mouth. You let me speculate what was going on without ever giving me the capital information, the one piece that would have helped us. Are you and Nadine planning to make millions by investing in the region after eliminating all your competitors? You didn't want me to have this information because you knew I'd never follow your plan. I guess Carla was right from the start. He raises a hand in the air to stop me.
Zoe, I had no knowledge of Nadine's plans. You don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, but I do. However, this doesn't concern me anymore. I'd like to brief Simon and the others, but it wouldn't help anyway. If it's not you, it will be someone else. He attempts to catch my hand.
Zoe, please stop talking for a second. Yes, I know Nadine, but that's the only accurate thing in what you've said.
Then she's just an acquaintance? You never dated her? I press, wanting a straight answer. He sighs defeated.
Yes, we dated in college and we stayed good friends.
And you invested in Join Us?
Yes, but I'm not involved in any other capacity. I invested a modest amount of money to help her get started. That's what I wanted to talk to you about today, but I haven't had the opportunity.
I ignore his pleading gaze. This is not the moment to be weak and let my heart take the lead. Last question. You wanted us to play couple because you had a goal. Except that goal wasn't to make Carla go away, but to watch my every move and gesture, right? To prevent me from discovering it was in your interest to eliminate your family for financial reasons. Make me believe you were on my side to reach your goal. Now everyone is convinced you're honest. What am I saying? They're ready to follow wherever you lead them, even Simon. Because I've introduced you into their lives and they have faith in me. Don't bother to deny it, your father told me everything.
You're not going to give credence to my father's claims, Zoe. You know what he's capable of. Nothing he told you about my motives is true. I didn't lie to you except on one point, and I was going to tell you about it once this whole story was behind us.
Oh, but it's not your father, I believe, Ian. This is all coming from you. I heard what you told Carla. Nicely played. Even I got caught up in your romantic comedy cliches. Even I thought you could be my Prince Charming. But you see, romantic comedies make you dream, because people love that in the end, the hero turns out to be a charming but misunderstood prince. Never the opposite. His expression changes to a cold one.
So is that what you think? That I used you? And I suppose I have no right to defend myself.
Ian, you admitted to Carla that you lied to me, and I regret having joined forces with you because I fell in love with you in spite of myself. He tries to stop me from leaving, reaching for my hand and taking it into his, but I pull it away and flee without turning back. I have nothing more to say, and above all, I don't want to hear any more from him. Chapter 12. I enter the main office of my workspace and wave to Stacy, our secretary, who's talking at the phone. Just then Megan, one of my attorneys, steps out of her office and says,
Zoe, there's someone waiting in your office. If you don't want his case, I'll take it. It concerns a breach of contract.
Seeing Megan's mischievous smile, the client is likely a very handsome man. I slow my pace. What kind of contract? She shrugs.
Sorry, that's the only thing he told me. He wants to talk to you. I understand it's about his girlfriend.
I sigh, frustrated. Since my return from Kensington a month ago, I've drowned myself in work, not only to forget Ian but also to replenish the company's accounts. I don't want us to just pay our bills anymore, so I've been accepting cases that don't always appeal to me. Amy and Allison claim I'm trying to prove to Ian I can be more than a little lawyer he's managed to manipulate, but that isn't my take on the situation. It's simply that to keep working on the kind of cases we dealt with before, I have to work harder. It doesn't bother me defending couples who were wronged, but it reminds me of my own failure, which isn't ideal. I plaster on a big smile and enter my office. Hello. I'm Zoe Woods. I hope I can help you. I promise to do my best.
I hope you can too.
The man sitting in the chair in front of my desk turns toward me and I stand still. I have lost count of how many times I've pictured bumping into Ian on the street, at an event, but never ever meeting him in my office. Is this a joke? Because if it is, it's in very poor taste. I hide my trembling hands behind my briefcase. He stands and gives me a sheepish smile.
It's not a joke. I made an appointment because I need your help with a case.
There are hundreds of lawyers in our city alone. He fixes me with a heated expression that makes my knees go weak. I so missed him.
Perhaps, but none will be up to defend this case as well as you.
I make an effort to focus on his words instead of his lips. Ian, I have no desire to help you defend your case. I can refer you to a colleague.
This contract can bring you substantial fees, even if I lose.
Even if that's true, I'm not that desperate. He folds his arms over his chest.
So you're refusing to help me because we had a personal dispute?
He's trying to manipulate me, and yet I can't help but respond to his provocation. I saunter over to my desk and glare at him. You have 5 minutes. He sits back, his posture seemingly more relaxed.
2 will suffice. I was in a relationship with someone and the terms had been defined from the start, but she didn't respect our agreement. I want her to honor her word.
My chest tightens. Is it related to Carla? Did they get back together after my departure, and she betrayed him? I wouldn't be surprised. Or is it Nadine? I play with a pen, refusing to let anxiety overwhelm me. I can handle this. Let me recap. You gathered I was the most appropriate person to help you force a person who broke up with you to reconsider?
I'd say it's a perfect summary of the situation. I want her to respect her word, to at least talk to me before giving up. Everything is in the file. Just review the evidence before making a decision. You owe me that.
My temper flares. I don't owe you anything at all. The first picture stops me cold. It's a picture of us dining at Piccola Italia with a note accompanying it. Photo taken by the owner of Piccola Italia, Rosa Di Stefano. She's disposed to testify to the obvious attraction between Zoe and Ian. She always thought Ian was crazy about Zoe, as the photo displays. I can't deny that in the picture we seem to be alone in the world, indifferent to our surroundings. I go through the rest of the envelope's content, which is equally mind-blowing. Testimonies signed by several people, including Simon.
I was Zoe's boyfriend in high school. She's stubborn and doesn't always take time to evaluate the consequences of her actions. Ian has repeatedly expressed his admiration for her and how much he wanted their relationship to work. Other friends, Becky, Mason, Kyle, witnessed these statements and are all willing to testify in court.
The one written by Amy says,
I'm one of her best friends, and I can confirm she didn't give him any real chance to explain himself before she ran away. I will testify in his favor, for he's proven to me he was and still is in love with her.
Allison's note is longer.
Zoe thinks she has good reasons to distrust him, but she's wrong. Ian is a good person who's always treated her with respect. I can only be on his side. He admitted to having made a mistake, but I'm convinced he's telling the truth when he says he fell in love with her at first glance. Zoe herself told us of her agreement with Ian to assume her role as his girlfriend, and it was she who didn't honor the terms of the contract by fleeing. I have no choice but to testify in favor of Ian.
And then a note from Nadine.
Zoe ended her contract with Ian based on erroneous information. He didn't betray her, he wasn't au courant of my intentions regarding join us. As for our personal relationship, we remained good friends for the simple reason that we were never in love. I wish I could one day find a man who will be as in love with me as Ian is with Zoe. So yes, I'm ready to testify as a character witness and about his feelings toward her.
I close my eyes, trying to absorb everything I read and use my brain to make sense of it all. I'd rather avoid deluding myself once again. I heard Ian with my own ears tell Carla he'd lied to me. When I open my eyes, the tenderness I see in his makes my heart melt. Tears well up and my breath hitches in my throat. His lips lift into a teasing smile. His voice is calm but with a hint of worry when he asks,
So what do you say? Do I have a chance of winning? From my perspective, my witnesses are all credible, but you alone have the answer.
I want to jump over the desk and hug him and lose myself in his arms, but I suppress my impulse and say, It's a strong case but it lacks evidence. He leans back in his chair, gesturing for me to continue.
Please go on. I may be in a position to provide it.
I stand up and like a lawyer in a courtroom, I address him. First of all, you said yourself that you lied to her so she'd accept the role of your girlfriend. You can't deny it. The other side has a witness. A credible witness. He nods.
The witness is right. In a way, I lied to her. The reasons I used to persuade her to accept my proposal were true, but I didn't reveal the main reason. I wanted a chance to see her every day, to convince her that I wasn't the person she judged as arrogant and bad-mannered the first time we met. I was worried she'd fall for her ex-boyfriend. So yes, I wasn't honest about my feelings because I was afraid she wouldn't believe me, but I swear that was my only lie.
I stop near my desk, drumming my fingers on it. Except you can't prove it.
What if I can?
He stands and approaches me. He takes my hand and pulls me toward him. We're so close I can feel his heart pounding. A tingle spreads throughout my body as he tenderly touches my face.
I have an excellent way to prove it. Remind her of how much I wanted to kiss her the first evening we went out. How much I wanted to spend the next day with her, to make love with her at every moment.
I can't focus. My eyes are glued to his perfect lips, and when he presses them to mine, I surrender, melting into that familiar feeling. When we pull away, he holds me tight against his chest.
I missed you so much.
He whispers, his voice full of emotion. I missed you too. I'm sorry I doubted you. A pan of regret invades me for being so stubborn and refusing to listen to him. He lays a kiss on my forehead.
Don't beat yourself up about it. It was complicated, and I understand your reaction. I wanted to come see you sooner, but Amy and Allison advised me to give you time.
My mouth falls open. Have you been in touch with the girls?
From the day you left. But they warned me you were determined to never again give me the time of day. That you even threatened to banish them from your life if they even uttered my name. It seems you've been a real terror in recent weeks.
I burst out laughing. They're exaggerating. I merely threatened they'd have to take me out to lunch whenever they talked about you. How come you decided to brave the wicked witch at last? He flashes a self-deprecating smile.
You'll never believe it, but it's thanks to my father. I had a frank and rather unpleasant discussion with him the other day, and he told me about your conversation. I fathomed that if you had the courage to face my father, the most intimidating person I know, you had to love me enough to forgive me. Knowing you, I predicted you'd never turn away a client in trouble. Especially when, in the case the testimonies weren't sufficient, I have irrefutable proof of my good faith.
Irrefutable. That's a word that speaks to a lawyer. I'd like to see that. He takes a small box out of his pocket and hands it to me. I open it to discover the locket we saw during our day at the auction. A musical note of white gold encrusted with small diamonds. My eyes sting as tears well up, and he sits down and pulls me onto his lap. His hand strokes my back as his warm voice fills the space.
This jewel has an incredible story. It's called Endless Note. According to the auctioneer, it had been offered to his client by her late husband, who was a pianist. When he met her, he felt the world had changed for him, as if the music he composed had been enriched with a different, unique note, non-existent until then, a note he'd never tire of playing and hearing. She didn't have any heirs, and she put the jewel on auction with a clause, to approve the buyer herself. I had to convince her I was madly in love with you. It wasn't very difficult. I knew when I saw you admire it that I wanted you to wear it because I felt the same way as the original owner. You brought a different note into my life, a note I want to keep hearing. I asked a friend to bid by phone. I didn't want to scare you. You'd have deduced I was crazy to think you could be the woman of my dreams a few hours after meeting you. I thought if you got to know me, you might fall in love too. I didn't expect my past and yours to be so complicated.
I'm so moved, it becomes arduous to express all the emotions that rush through me. I give it a try though, because I want to make some things clear. He was honest with me, I need to do the same. Ian, I've never fell for the rumors that you were involved in the fraud the Redford Group committed. My voice wavers at the possibility he doesn't believe me. Trust cements a relationship, and if I can't convince him I'm telling the truth, everything will be lost. He doesn't let me drown in my worries though.
I know. You don't have to justify yourself. You aren't the only one to have difficulties trusting someone. I have trust issues since that incident with Carla. That's why I was mad at you. I felt like once again I couldn't trust someone, and I wanted to be able to trust you as much as I wanted you to trust me. I'm sorry.
I stroke my locket and realize it is the perfect gift. He too brought a different note into my life, a note that sounds like a promise of love. A note that makes my heart sing. He takes it from my hands and puts it on my neck while scattering small kisses everywhere.
Can you play truant?
He asks, mischief dancing in his eyes. You're a terrible influence on me. I smile and add, but that's one of the reasons I need you. To remind me to loosen up from time to time. When my employees see me leave early, they clap. I suppose I've been breathing down their necks lately. In the evening, after a delightful day wandering through the city, stopping to kiss in the most unusual places, I'm nestled on his chest when I exclaim. I forgot something very important.
Can it wait? Because I have other plans for right now.
His hand climbs up my back and I'm tempted to say yes, but I stay strong. Oh no. Your plans won't distract me this time. I've already missed my favorite series, I Let My Fries Get Cold, and you still haven't finished telling me about your next renovation project. But this time it won't work.
Are you sure?
His fingers caress my neck, and he captures my lips with a tenderness that turns into passion. I don't let myself get completely distracted though. When we catch our breath, I fetch my phone and type a few words. Now you can keep kissing me, I tease him.
I hope you haven't sent another message to Solange to thank her.
He says, picking up his phone that chimes. No, this time it's to you.
Have you sent me a message to tell me how irresistible I am?
He asks as he reads the message. The next moment, he bursts out laughing.
You didn't dare.
I open my palms in a gesture of sympathy. Sorry, but you're the definition of the client who got everything he wanted, and more. My fees are justified.
You're right. But would you be open to a negotiation by any chance? I may have an idea.
Oh, and what would that idea be?
If I repeat every day that I love you, will that suffice?
I make a show of pondering his proposal. Words are nice, but they won't erase your debt.
What if I accompany my words with acts?
He traces a path with his lips toward my chest. Perhaps that could work. But only perhaps.
Why do I get the impression I'll never pay off my debt?
I shrug. What do you want me to say? You fell in love with a lawyer. I like the idea of being able to renegotiate the terms of our contract, and to do that, I need you to be accountable to me.
Then I promise to be indebted to you forever.
He says, leaning toward me to whisper sweet nothings into my ear and make my heart race. If you enjoyed listening to Zoe's story, check the next audiobook in the My Day series, Sweet Melody. Allison's story. When Allison ends up working for Jake, a coveted bachelor she despises, she finally has the perfect chance to rewrite the past. Fun, flirty, and sunny. Allison has been mad at Jake Matthews for years. Despite him being a coveted bachelor and a respected culinary producer, to her, he remains the one who nearly shattered her dream of becoming a pastry chef. Even though she has since overcome her doubts, she cannot forget this incident. She decides to confront him and tell him some home truths. However, when she ends up working for him, she suddenly finds it hard to stick to her resolutions. As time passes, the more difficult it becomes to carry out her plan. Does Jake still have the power to destroy her dreams? This has been Endless Note by Mary Kelly Reid. Narrated by Michelle, Mike, and several other performers from Google. Copyright 2018 by Mary Kelly Reid and 7 Seasons. Second edition 2022. Production copyright 2022 by Mary Kelly Reid and 7 Seasons.